Check. Check. pleasant good afternoon from UNC headquarters. August 14th, all the action done, and we are here awaiting the results. We haven't received any results as yet, but we have everything in place, all set, ready to broadcast results as it becomes available. We shall start our main broadcast about 7. I'm seeing my main anchor, Mikey K. He's here, ready to start, and we are expecting MP from Tabakit, Anita Haynes, who would be his co-host. And as usual, I'll be behind the scenes, putting the results up on the screen. So at 7 o'clock, stay tuned, join us back live.
UNC headquarters in Chaguanas. Yours truly, Mikey K, and I'm joined with attorney-at-law Gail Taklak Singh. It's a pleasure having you on board, sir.
Thanks a lot, Mikey. I'm sitting in, or as attorneys like to say, holding for far better and much more attractiveness Anita Haynes, who I think is your proper co-host for the night.
Well, it's been quite a day and a pleasant good evening to all the folks that are locked on, those of you who are viewing wherever you are, whether here locally, North America. We want to thank you so much for working with us. It's all about the local government elections 2023. And again, we are live here at the UNC headquarters. And we're going to give you coverage of all that's going to be taking place as far as the results. It did seem to be quite a slow day based on early reports that are coming in, as far as throughout the day. But of course, at the end of it all, about 4 o'clock, there was somewhat of a rush according to reports that we've gotten. And I guess this would be justifiable by saying that a lot of people were at work and they came off, and that was the time they took to go and perform their civic duty.
I think so. I mean, generally, I think local government elections are or usually have a lower turnout than the general. There's a lot less interest. But I do think that this campaign was a very interesting campaign. You had a very strong campaign, I think, from the United National Congress. Secure TNT campaign, essentially, a lot of national security issues, and very interesting issues, property tax, etc. So I think that the campaign generally was a strong campaign that ought to have got people out to vote. Yes, and you usually have that because, I mean, we work for elections. You usually see a surge in the morning, little lull during the day, and then a pick up after work 4 to 6. Depends on when people get their 2 hours or decide to take their 2 hours.
Exactly.
Yeah.
But you spoke about the fact that as far as local government elections turn out, usually it's about 35% when it comes to local government elections. And you're correct, it was definitely a very hard fought campaign, brutal at some times.
Long campaign.
Very long indeed. You had players coming in, of course, such as Jack Warner. We have the NTA, of course, that are now cutting their political teeth with this local government election, and other players as well. Throughout the day, we heard about some irregularities as far as things that didn't seem to be in place. But all in all, reports like from Central and not Sangre Grande, but in Central, reports said that things did run smoothly. We also had reports in Sangre Grande Northwest. Allegations as far as people were giving out monies, inducing people to go out there and to vote. So this is something I'm sure that will be investigated, has to be investigated. And as always with every election, when the dust settles, there are some things that need to be focused on as to what took place, what went wrong, and what needs to be dealt with.
I agree with you, and as the leader always says, The UNC has the best legal team probably of any organization. I hope there's no bias in that statement. But I'm sure all those allegations will be looked at, investigated thoroughly, and if issues have to be brought to court, the UNC is not shy. In fact, the very election, you had to go all the way to the Privy Council by that activist, Mr. Balgo bin Marhaj,
Yes.
and Mr. Ram Logan and his team, all the way to the Privy Council to get the right to vote today. Or to ensure the polling day was in fact today, as opposed to sometime way down in the future.
Yeah.
So with that, if those allegations turn out to be true, I'm sure they'll be prosecuted to the full extent of the law.
Yeah, and I think you touched on a very strong point there as far as the fact that this had to go to court in order to for the government to act on having this election. So then it makes you wonder exactly, when you heard about the local government reform being the core component that they were campaigning around, when in fact this was supposed to be in March of next year. If you were to look at the timing, December, and then of course for March, I guess after Carnival, how seriously could one take the fact that if it wasn't a priority, then how could this component as far as local government reform be taken seriously by the electorate? And how many people may have thought that this was something that is going to bring about some sort of change in their community, how things are governed, how things are processed, as far as their recreational grounds, their cemeteries, infrastructure, garbage collection. How much of that is going to change when in fact that in Parliament the bill was passed? Definitely, so I don't know. So we do have a preliminary result coming in, and this is an Enterprise North Esmeralda. And we have Justin Lee Stewart, the candidate for UNC, and Lisa Holder for PNM. And early results show 84 for Justin Lee Stewart and 36 for Lisa Holder. And this, of course, is being contested with the Chaguanas Borough Corporation.
Yes.
And again, there are 14 corporations that are up for grabs. And of course, that's your first preliminary results that's coming in.
Yeah.
So quite interesting.
Early results, UNC off the mark, I would say. Of course, quietly confident, I'm sure, all of the UNC candidates. And you were touching on a good point there, where you spoke about the local reform. I couldn't quite wrap my head around the PNM campaign when it sort of articulated to the public that their election or their inquiry to the population, or their beseech to the population, is that you have to vote for local government reform, when in fact the law is passed. The rule of law means that the law that has been passed in our parliament and proclaimed ought to be followed by the government and the executive.
Exactly.
So is it that you're saying that if you lose election, you're not going to follow the law?
Well, but I think that is the main question. I mean, you've heard, of course, from the UNC, UNC saying that, listen, this basically, is this about property tax, or is this really about the reform that has been being mentioned for years upon years? I think Jack Warner is the one that gave us that historical perspective, that this has been mentioned even back in the 70s as part of a PNM manifesto. And now today, we're hearing about it and somewhat taking the political spotlight in this local government election. How real is that? How much of that can be taken seriously? Again, when in fact this was never a priority to be called at this time.
Absolutely not. I mean, I remember in the 2009, 2008, PNM put off elections, local government elections, for a number of years when they were in government, because they were saying they were looking at reform. And here you have now 10, 15 years later, the PNM coming to say, well, vote for them on reform. That is already on the books. And it can't be a case where, to use a local analogy, because you lose, you take up your cricket bat and your stumps and you go home and you don't want to play anymore. It's the law, you have to follow it. You have to come with something else to the population, because you've already enacted that policy. That's
right. And I know there's some folks who are asking for the link, so I'll tell the technical director if we have the link so we can share with the goodly folks out there. Again, usually for a local government election, it's 35%. And as far as the largest turnout geographically is usually in the St. Augustine, South Piarco, St. Helena area. So basically the Tunapuna Regional Corporation is one of the very highly contested battlegrounds when you look at what's going on.
Tunapuna is always, even in general elections, it's always a marginal seat. It's always very, very tough to win for both sides. It's a hard fight. I myself, one of the first elections I worked was in the Tunapuna constituency that was in the UNC COP alliance. Always very vicious down there. You know, if it's not police harassing you, it's activists harassing you, you really have to fight to get every vote out. So it doesn't surprise me that a lot of people are energized to come out there and vote for the party of their choice.
Yeah. And again, if we could get those preliminary results that came in, Technical Director, that would be great again for folks who are now joining us. If you get the link, please share it. Please share it. And again, the battleground, always as far as geographically, is always in the part of the Tunapuna Regional Corporation. However, of course, a lot of focus is going to be on the San Fernando battle because I guess of what took place with those who may have. We have another result that's coming in. This is Arima Northeast. This is Jazzy. I know I know him personally, Jazzy Rigsby, contesting, of course, with the UNC 92, and Kim Garcia for the PNM 72. So again, these are early results. Those of you who are linking with us here, we are live at the UNC headquarters. If you get the link, please share it, and we're going to be here giving you coverage of the results. So again, Arima Northeast, Jazzy Rigsby 92, and Kim Garcia 72. And that, of course, is the Arima Borough Corporation, where they have pledged to take back that corporation. So I know all eyes will be on not just all the corporations, but in specific, of course, San Fernando, Sangre Grande, and of course Arima.
Well, Arima is one of the more interesting corporations because it's a corporation that we will, or the UNC will share with the NTA, because the NTA has also put up candidates there. So it'll be a testing ground in a sense for the alliance between the UNC and the NTA, and to see how, I suppose, traditional UNC voters will respond to the NTA. Hopefully they come out, they vote, they support the NTA, because it is an accommodation / alliance, and let's see what happens there.
Yeah, very much interesting as to what is taking place.
And as you were saying as well, the San Fernando Corporation, another hotly contested. I believe very early on the leader essentially proclaimed that we would be winning the San Fernando. Was very confident. Yeah. So and I think you have good cause to be confident in San Fernando. It's a very neglected city under the current PNM administration, so that it would not surprise me in the least if the UNC rallied there and were able to either take the corporation or take further districts in the corporation.
Yeah, very much interesting. And again, we have some preliminary results, and we will be, of course, updating you as more results come in. Very interesting. And Arima was alive the other night, I think, what we saw there. And we're now seeing some preliminary results again, and this is in Montrose. And we have for the UNC, Melissa Jadunanan, 112, and for the PNM, Andel Pamasuk, and he's with 37. So again, Melissa Jadunanan, 112, and Andel Pamasuk, 37. Again, the Chaguanas Borough Corporation.
And that Montrose seat is actually a contested seat because there was some shifting of the boundaries in that electoral seat. I think you had about 800 votes coming from the strongly held PNM area into this area. This is the traditional Lange Park area. Mr. Paramsuk, I believe, was even once a UNC councillor at some time previously.
Mistaken,
So it's a very interesting contest, and it's good to see that Ms. Jarunaran is off to a good start.
And of course, in the topics that you did touch on, of course, security, crime. When you talk to many of the candidates and you ask them exactly what are some of the things that they are being bombarded with on the campaign trail, and it seems as though crime is a priority. It is a very big concern, especially in the backdrop of the fact that you have so many people now talking about home invasions, trying to secure themselves. So I think what we're going to see here tonight should be a strong message as to those who are saying that enough is not being done to secure the citizens of this country.
Yeah, ultimately, I mean, yes, in different elections you have different issues. There are different issues, to use an American term, issues on the ballot. There are issues that are on the ballot. But generally, any election is a mandate or a message that people try to send to those who lead them. And I think the population is going to send, or should be sending, a signal to this government that they feel insecure, that more has to be done in relation to crime, that we, one of the core tenets, or one of the things put to the forefront by the UNC is legal and licensed gun ownership, which is something that is being frustrated now by the government and by the police. And then the leader has said that she would look at laws to make the owning of legal, lawful, licensed firearms.
And I think I want you to stress on that, because I think what people are missing is the fact that I think what the political leader of the UNC is saying is that we as citizens must have at least a fighting chance.
Correct.
We must have a fighting chance. I mean, we can't wait until after, God forbid, something terrible takes place and your family is violated and people just come in and terrorize you. No, I think that you need to have a fighting chance when it comes to dealing with these criminals and seeing how best you can defend and secure yourself and your community. And I think that definitely was not, that was somewhat used as far as verbal acrobats in this campaign, and of course the PNM would have been able to try to see how best they can manipulate the entire process, but I think people got it loud and clear. And here we have Londonville Talparo, we have one of the favorites, Ryan Rampersad,
very strong counselor,
very strong counselor, well known. Preliminary result shows 172, and of course Danelle Webster of the PNM 26.
No surprise.
No surprise at all. And this is the Couva Tabakit Talparo Regional Corporation. And no surprise. I think someone like Ryan, who is well seasoned, well liked, and someone who is known to be a worker, is definitely going to have that edge. He's been there for quite some time, and he is known to deliver. So I think that alone says enough.
Yeah, very strong counselor, well known. I think the entire party knows him. Always working, always communicating with people. I actually went to school at Ryan, Queen's Royal College, so I know him to be a very intellectually sound young man, and I think that he would offer the type of representation that people deserve.
Yeah, definitely. And as you said, definitely no surprise. There will be some results coming in, and some of the well-known players will, of course, have that edge because they have worked in the community, they have delivered, they have served, and so without saying that it's in the bag, I think we can be a bit optimistic, at least to say, without having it being politically jinxed, that they are going to bring it home. I think so, definitely. And again, what we're seeing here, and I think Jack Warner said it, that this basically opens up the door for what needs to be done for the general election. Whenever that, of course, is called. I mean, we have like, I think 2 years or 2.5, but some people, of course, have been saying, and we just heard from Farley recently in Tobago saying, listen, call it, and call it now.
Well, I think so. I think if a strong enough message is sent to the government that we have lost confidence in you, in the way and your ability to manage local government, well, what are we saying about your ability to manage central government? It must mean that we've lost confidence in you, so come back and seek a fresh mandate.
That's right.
Instead of holding on to power, come back, seek a fresh mandate, because we have put national issues on this local government election platform. Security, adjustments to the self-defense law, legal firearm ownership, those things are policy issues that have been put forward to the population to send a message to central government, to the PNM administrator, that we're not satisfied.
Yeah. And I think it needs to ring out loud, and hopefully tonight, whatever that message is, it will be sent loud and clear that the winds of change is blowing, and the people are saying that enough is enough. And I think you yourself, being on the campaign trail and walking with many of the candidates, you too would have interacted with many of the people in the communities and areas who would have been echoing those very same sentiments. And it says a lot. But looking at it now from a different perspective, things not in the favor of the PNM, will Dr. Rowley be viewed internally by his own party as a political liability? And what does that do?
Well, it's certainly going to be a mandate on his leadership. You can't get away from that. He has had stewardship of the country for 8 years. He controls the resources of the country. He controls the legislative agenda of the country. Ultimately, he calls the shots in our Westminster system as Prime Minister. He's the first amongst equals, and therefore any loss of confidence by the population in the PNM's ability to govern, whether local or central, is a direct message to him that we no longer have confidence in you, the population does not have confidence in you, and do the honorable thing and seek a fresh mandate.
And from a legal perspective, and that's why I'm glad that you're here with me tonight, because it seems as though the Integrity Commission issue along with the INES gate is simply not going away. And I think that once there's some sort of political leverage that is established this evening, the UNC, of course, will be going in for the political kill.
Yeah. Well, that has to be. I mean, politics is certainly not Dolly House, right?
Definitely.
Don't play Dolly House. So that if the UNC is able to pull off a victory tonight, it must go for the jugular, and that is the nature of politics. That's the nature of the beast, and therefore any expression of no confidence through this election must translate into a general election campaign. And I think essentially, if you would be on war footing or election footing from tomorrow, that is towards the general election.
Yeah, and without going in too much into detail, staying within the parameters of this whole Integrity Commission issue, just how serious is it?
The Integrity Commission issue, it's an issue that was brought forward by the party. A report has been made. Yes, there has been a determination by the Integrity Commission that is subject to challenge, judicial review. Any breach of Integrity Commission laws and standards is a serious thing. It's a serious thing not only because it's a breach of the law, but it's a serious thing because you breach public confidence in the governance structure and those who hold power in our country. Without public confidence in those that lead us, you really lead the country astray. And the country becomes ungovernable because you no longer have the ethical or the moral authority to tell people what they ought to do, to pass laws on their behalf, or to give them representation. So any breach, if found to be a breach, any breach of the Integrity Commission laws or public standards of public conduct is a very serious issue.
Yeah, but what do you say to people who would not even want to acknowledge, I mean, not just acknowledge the fact that wrongdoing took place, but feel as though they can simply circumvent these policies and laws that exist, as if not to recognize it as being a rule of law? Because we've heard Dr. Rowley said, listen, you know, without even focusing on the real core issue of what went or what took place, has simply brushed aside the entire commission as not being functionable and somewhat saying it's a bit biased, and he's not even going to acknowledge whatever is being said by them. I mean, when placed in a situation like that, where people could just simply flaunt their own beliefs rather than comply with what we have here to keep us in a certain check, what do we do? Are our hands tied, or do we simply have to bring this before the court to get some sort of ruling in favor of justice?
I mean, from my understanding, again, that activist, Mr. Balgobin Maraj, I see, has sent pre-action protocol. So it is on the way to court. I don't want to comment too much on the merits of it, but it's on the way. A response has to come, and via judicial review, which is a piece of legislation that was passed by the UNC Judicial Review Act, you are able to challenge these types of administrative decisions, go to court, get declarations as to whether or not the Integrity Commission got it right or wrong. One would remember that Dr. Rowley himself went to court to challenge an Integrity Commission ruling in that case, because he was not given a right to be heard on a finding of guilt, and he was able to overturn an Integrity Commission finding.
Right.
So he should not be surprised if challenges or rulings in relation to him are also challenged by persons. So, you know, and I have always said that the Integrity Commission legislation, it was passed with good intent. It was a strong law, but perhaps it now needs a bit of beefing up. I think the Integrity Commission should be given the power to prosecute public officials. As it is now under the Constitution, it is only the Director of Public Prosecution who has constitutional authority to institute prosecutions. I think, much like the Police Complaints Authority, the Integrity Commission also needs to be given a power to prosecute. So if complaints are given and merit is found, you don't have to give a recommendation to the DPP to decide if to prosecute. That should be put in the hands of the Integrity Commission to initiate prosecutions if necessary.
Yeah. We do have, of course, some reports today. I believe it's out of the PEP camp, where the NTA political leader Gary Griffith was questioning something that was posted as far as how to spoil a ballot paper.
Right.
And I mean, one would think, well, I mean, exactly of whose benefit is that going to be if in fact that you don't have a candidate there? Then why would you advise to do anything that would be against the rule of law?
Yeah, well, you know, I would answer that in this way. I think every citizen has a civic duty to go out and cast a vote. I think you have a choice and you should make that choice. And if you don't make that choice, you leave others to make the choice for you. So you ought not to complain if that choice is made for you. It is a responsibility that, I think that people, especially Trinidadians, we don't understand the history of where the right to vote came from. It didn't necessarily come from Trinidad, but it came many years ago, where people had to fight for a right to say or to have a say on how they should be governed. That was a very bloody fight.
Yeah.
People lost their lives for that. And therefore you ought not to treat lightly your right to vote. It is perhaps the first right, or the right, a right of primacy, to put it that way, that people should take seriously and exercise, and not simply be disinterested or disenchanted in the voting process.
Yeah. And as well as you have some folks saying that there were no restrictions on advertising and campaigning on election day as far as on social media. Do we have anything that governs that?
Well, the law prohibits canvassing. I would say that it's a debatable issue whether you can actually do it on social media or physically. Canvassing sort of connotates a physical act.
Right.
Hey Mikey, come on, let's go down and vote. Look at this, look at that. Da, 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 da. So there are some legal principles that could come into play. One is that in our interpretation act, or there's a rule of statutory interpretation called the always speaking doctrine. It means that legislation has to be reinterpreted in light of modern trends or modern thinking. So when they passed that law about canvassing, there was no internet, there was no social media, it would be some placard somewhere.
Right, exactly.
But as these things have happened, the law has not necessarily updated itself. There is a principle which does say that, look, law can update itself on its own by virtue of the changing social environment, and therefore it may very be open to interpretation that you can canvass in social media. But again, that calls into question whether or not we need to look at the representation of the people at ROPA and look at some of these election offences, determine if they are still relevant to the society, to campaigning, if they need to be strengthened or weakened. But there may be a case where you should allow it on election day
But times have changed. We do again have some preliminary results coming in here.
But this is a final count in polling division 2005 in Arima. So it's a final count in that particular polling division. So it is a good indication
of a trend.
Of a trend.
Do you have the 2019? You could look for
check
that.
Brian Stone for that.
Oh, right. And I'm glad you called that name, because that name it definitely missed when it comes to laying out the stats and laying out all the logistics.
Yes, I am sure some of the viewers will be missing.
Big shoes to fill tonight.
Yeah, big shoes. Yeah, definitely. I agree with you 100%.
Yeah, big shoes to fill.
A man who definitely would have been running all the groundwork and laying out all the stats. So folks, Arima Northeast, Jazzy Rigsby 98, Kim Garcia 72, and again the battle there is the Arima Borough Corporation.
Yeah, again I think it's a very good corporation to judge things by, because the Sangre Grande, currently controlled by the UNC, coming down the road is Arima. So it's whether we are making inroads, they want to make further inroads into the East-West corridor. Yeah?
Definitely. So we do have that preliminary there. So you'll let us know, Archie, as soon as we do have more that is available, and folks will have an idea of what's happening. So again, we are live here at the UNC headquarters in Chaguanas, and it's all about the local government election results right here on Atlantic TV. So we want to thank all the good folks who are locked on, and those of you who have the link, please share it. We're going to be here with you probably until about 10:30, 11 p.m. Until the last results are in. We are going to be right here on live. So don't we take a short break and be back there, Archie? Okay, folks, we'll be right back. Again, when you have the link, please share, and we'll show some action. Lovely.
I don't know what this means, but this is what I've seen in Palasico area. I don't know what this means. I don't know what this means, but this is what I'm seeing in Palasico at this time. What this mean, I do not know. Yeah. I don't know what this mean, but this is what I'm seeing in Palo Seco. Declan. This is what I'm seeing in Palo Seco. I don't know what this mean. I don't know what this mean, but this is what is happening in Palo Seco area at this time. We're joining like madness. Take that wire out my hand. Pull it out.
So as folks, so we are back, and again we are live right here on of course, Atlantic Communications Television, live from Chaguanas at the UNC headquarters, and it's all about the local government results 2023. I believe we do have some preliminary results again that are coming in. If we can get those preliminary results again, and this is from what area? Marabella South. Let's get Marabella South. And again, usually the percentage of voters in a local government election is about 35%, where the highest turnout is usually in the Tunapuna-Piarco Regional Corporation area. So that's where most of the action takes place. But again, all corporations are up for grab, and there's some heavy focus concentrating on Arima, San Fernando, and of course Sangre Grande. What are those preliminary results there for Marabella? We do have someone trying to getting our call in, and if there are folks who may want to call in, Archie, what do we have? El Socorro. Again, those of you who are joining us, we are live here at the UNC headquarters in Chaguanas for the local government election results. Yours truly, Mikey K, and I'm joined by Attorney at Law Kale Taklak Singh, who is making his way back in. Go right ahead. All right. I do believe we have some preliminary results that are coming in as we speak. We have El Socorro Aranguez North. We have Raquel Gani for the UNC, 635.
Strong UNC candidate.
Strong. And for the PNM, Karina Nanan, 171.
Yeah.
Well, I couldn't put it in there, but our good friend Safraz.
Yes, I was just about
PDP,
to mention. PDP, yes.
Polling 67.
Right.
Polling 67.
All right. So, and very interesting, because I believe, well, he didn't get the nod for the UNC, Mr. Safraz Ali. So I believe he went across to the PDP, as our technical director just mentioned. And Raquel Gani seems to be holding strong, very strong candidate, well known as well, especially in the Muslim community. She said defined as one that delivers and is always on the ground to help and assist and to serve in whichever way possible. So she's a very popular candidate.
Very strong candidate. I know her well. El Socorro Aranguez is also a very strong UNC area.
Yes, yes.
One always looks to see in general elections, when you're looking at the St. Joseph seat, what are your numbers in El Socorro, because that's where you get strong polling. So no surprise there, and it looks like she's on her way to victory.
Yeah, and when you talk about the individuals who may not have been chosen, and but not the fact of those that may have simply crossed the floor, but those who were a bit upset about it and would have gone in another direction, you know. I believe that after the dust has settled, there has to be somehow or some way to allow these individuals to be accommodated once again, come back in. But again, if it is that you're being led and guided by your ego, well, that's something different.
Yeah.
But I think the reality is that no one individual is bigger than any political party, and no one individual is bigger than what he or she needs to serve.
Yeah.
And this has always been about the people, for the people, and whatever assistance you can give to the people. We do have, again, some other preliminary results. Canupia, another strong candidate, Richard Sogdeo, coming in with 340, and we have season campaigner, and Mahindra Rampasad with 165, and that battle, of course, is for the Chaguanas Borough Corporation.
Seasoned campaigner.
Very seasoned campaigner,
strong candidate, well known in the area, loved by the people. Again, no surprise there. It looks like he's also on his way to victory. Another chalk on the UNC chalkboard.
Yeah, and Mahindra Rampasad. Don't really know much about the individual. I've seen been battling as far as for this local government election, but as you said it right, and I want to echo those sentiments. You're going up against a powerhouse like Sogdeo. You had better be, you better come strong or
be prepared for heartache.
That's right. That's right. And again, when many of these individuals who believe that they are bigger than what needs to be done, it makes you wonder, Keel, I mean, what sort of assessment do they make? Is it the sense that, I'm liked, people know me, I'm somewhat of a popular person, and I think that's more than enough that I can go out there and wrestle this thing away from a party that I have been a part of? I mean, what goes through the minds if you had to look at that? Let's just touch on Montrose here. Melissa Jadunanan again.
The race has tightened
a bit with her and Andel Pamasuk. So apparently they're both neck and neck at 536. And again,
it's not to be too worried, but my knowledge of that area, there are some strong PNM PDs.
Yeah.
When you get into the enterprise area, so to speak, I believe, and as I said, you had an addition of about 800 votes. Coming in from a strong PNM area into the Lange Park area, and therefore wouldn't surprise me, perhaps a strong box has come in so for Mr. Paramsuk, but let's follow it. Ms. Jadunanan, a colleague of mine in the legal profession, very bright lawyer, so I expect her to do well.
Yeah.
But you're right, people often, I mean, it's not the first time that people will, start with one organization, go to another organization. I think the country was regaled with that, even when you had crossing of the floor from the PNM to the UNC, Vincent Lask and Rupert Griffith, I believe it was.
Right. Once again, we're having some results coming in from Enterprise North Esmeralda, and that's Justin Lee Stewart for the UNC, 858.
Yes.
And we're seeing Lisa Holder for the PNM, 668. And again, the battle is for the Chaguanas Borough Corporation.
Yes, so less than 200 votes separate. That is a very tight corporation. If I'm not mistaken, this is the Chaguanas seat that the UNC won by, I think, about 68 votes on the last occasion. If I'm not sure, this was formerly the seat held by Miss Whitney Hamlet, I believe.
Yes.
Previously, so this might be a very tough fight. This is one to keep our eyes on.
Definitely.
Well, if it is that seat, she had won that seat by only one vote.
By one vote.
By one vote, yes, right.
There was another seat that was very tight in that area that was about 68 votes. So we could check that. If you have the 2019 on the EBC website, one of the good things that the EBC has done, or one of the few correct things they've done, so to speak, they've actually done an interactive map, and I was looking at it today.
Yeah. And you're right, that's a very tight race, and there are some PDs in that area.
But a strong PNM.
That would give us
Chaguanas East constituency, Vandana won it convincingly in the general election, but that doesn't mean that in certain PDs, Ms. Mohit won it strong, but in certain PDs there are strong PNM areas there that are loyal to the PNM, and therefore as those boxes come in, you will see variations. But in elections you have to hold your nerve.
There you have to.
You have to hold your nerve.
So going back to what we were saying, I mean, what is the criteria that one looks at when making such a move that would lead to political suicide? I mean, what is the justification as far as, I'm popular, I'm liked, and I believe I can bring it home.
Yeah.
But when the dust settles, I mean, where does that leave these individuals?
Well, politics has a strange life. I mean, we have, you may say that on one end, but we have welcomed back Mr. Warner, who had formed his own party. He went on to use a nice English word, a sojourn, and he's come back home, I would say. So it happens, that is the nature of politics. People make decisions in the minute, in the moment. So let's see what happens. Hopefully these persons, having contested and having assessed their parameters now, would see the benefit perhaps of an organization like the United National Congress.
Actually, did we just see some results? Come on, all right. And hopefully so, and I think that's what it's all about after the dust has settled. There's a very strong message. I think you've learned your lesson. You think so now. Come back in. Here's the Marabella South Vista Bella, and for the UNC, Trisha Sasha Ali, 90, and Marcus Githari, 57. And I know all eyes are on this Marabella South Vista Bella.
Yes.
What's going to happen? So
I think it's a personal. I don't want to use the word vendetta, but it's a personal battle. Let's put it like that. A personal grudge, a grudge match between the UNC and Mr. Gadari.
I believe so.
Hopefully we put a curtail on him tonight.
And we're going to see that play out too in Arima with Garcia, aka Fish.
Mr. Fish.
Mr. Fish. How is that going to play out? And again, this is for the city, the San Fernando corporation.
Hotly contested corporation.
Very hotly contested.
A lot of energy down there by the UNC team, I have to say. Very strong campaign, very strong personalities down there.
And I think people, when looking at some of the strategies that was laid out by the UNC in the campaign, some people asked about why is it that the final meeting was in South, because I think South needs to get that assurance that the UNC means business, and we definitely want to make sure that we cover all grounds in San Fernando.
Yeah, and I think another way you have to look at that is that the local government minister comes from San Fernando, that is Mr. Arawi.
That's right.
So I think a defeat for him and for the San Fernando Corporation is a personal indictment on him. And he should consider whether or not that position is right for him. I know he was just moved from the Attorney General's office today.
Right.
But if he loses there, and he has personally taken charge of that campaign in San Fernando West, so this has to be an indictment on him as well.
So we have some more from Marabella South Vista Bella. Trisha Sasha Ali, tightening, 179 to Marcus Githari, 140. So the race is tightening, and this is a battleground district indeed. And again, the San Fernando Corporation. Those of you who are now joining us, this is Mikey K along with Keel Taklak Singh, and of course our technical director Archie, and it's all about the local government election results 2023. Again, battleground district. Trisha Sasha Ali is holding her ground.
Standing her ground. Interesting. As I said, that San Fernando Corporation is going to be a very interesting fight. UNC has put a lot of resources, time, and personalities down there. So I think, and I remember I saw a report today, I think, where Senator Lakshmi Dayal was speaking about some issues there that were happening in San Fernando. I think police visited, well, they ran into the wrong lawyer to go in there to try and intimidate anybody, right? Police visited and said that they had to pull down signage, which is total nonsense. I'm sure that has been dealt with very swiftly.
Right.
But that tells you the level of intensity that is going to be fought down there. Somebody obviously would have made a complaint to the police, which was a very fallacious complaint. But it shows you that, you always have these little chess strategies on election day. I know one district where you actually had the PNM camp getting multiple mock stations to set up just so they could take the best positions to disrupt the UNC boxing. So you have this little chess game.
So we have some stuff coming here. Les Efforts West, La Romaine. And Rishi Balram Singh for the UNC 164. Saeed Mohammed for the PNM 39. Again, San Fernando Corporation. Very serious battle.
Again, Mr. Balram Singh, I've seen him, very strong social media campaign, very strong candidate walking the ground. You know, he had a lot of little events started, I believe, with a cricket tournament, and then he had another lime and a cup. So he has been working the community, getting people out, engaging them, and it doesn't surprise me that he's off that early lead.
Yeah, definitely. And I know earlier on we looked at the Enterprise North Esmeralda, and in 2019 it was won by 54 votes. 54. Yeah, by Barry Budram.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Could you pull up back that Enterprise North?
Enterprise North Esmeralda. Yeah, in 2019 it was Barry Budram. Yeah. Definitely. Well, I know whatever it is that you could hit us with, you're going to hit us with as we continue. So again, folks, a lot is happening. And
there's a little buzz building in the headquarters.
Yes, definitely.
I think
we are here in the media room, so there are different media outlets that are here with us, and so we're sharing this space. And they too are getting on as far as the results as they come in, and we're trying to get it to you as quickly as possible.
There's almost a general election buzz, I have to
say. Definitely.
General election buzz.
And this is what we need to see moving forward, even come to the results. So we have Blanchisseur's Santa Rosa, and for the UNC, Cherise Smith, a lady who has been out there campaigning hard, 462, strong campaign, 462, and Sheldon Roger Moore for the PNM 394. Cherise Smith, a very humble individual, and she has been out there campaigning very, very hard, very hard. So again, early results, and this of course is up for grabs for the Tunapuna Piauco Regional Corporation?
Yeah, I believe so.
Yeah. Very, very hard indeed. And in the Marabella that we just saw, of course, in 2019, the PNM results for that was 777. And the UNC 905.
This Blanchisseur's?
No, that was the Marabella area with Marcus and of course the PNM 777 to UNC's 905. So it is definitely a battleground, and you're right, it is personal at this time. It's not just business, it's personal. So we wait to see exactly how it turns out, and that was won by 128 votes in 2019.
It was a tight fight.
Very, very tight fight. So we expect it, of course, to be tight as well. And it is definitely so. Let me say a pleasant good evening to Keegan and to all the good folks that are locked on right here. Of course, if you have the link, share it. I know people want to get the results in, and we're going to be here with you for quite some time, hopefully up until 11 p.m., bringing you the local government election results. As it comes in, we will be sharing it with you wherever you are.
Are there any results from the NTA candidates? Nothing? Yeah, you have to make a link. That's important. Of course, the alliance and the accommodation, it's important to see how the NTA does as well. I think all eyes would be on that. As you were saying, political cutting their teeth, so to speak, in the election.
Yes, cutting their teeth.
Newly formed party.
And that definitely is something that has to happen. You have to get a political baptism. You don't want to stay in that embryonic stage.
No.
You have to come out, you have to venture out, and you have to see how best whatever your policies may be that you're trying to offer is no good unless you actually get in there and try to be a part of that system of change.
Well, credit to them. I mean, they're the new kid on the block, so to speak. They have come out with a bang. They're led by a very strong personality. Love him or hate him, Gary Griffith is well known, and he has advocated and articulated his issues to the population. I know that there are many quarters who wish to see him back as the Commissioner of Police, at least in terms of holding public office. He has some strong candidates with him, and there are some strong persons who have also identified with the NTA.
I want to agree with you and support you on that. Of course, I think his group of candidates are some very, very well placed people in society. I believe you're a former national football player. You've had people who have law, and I must say hats off to them as far as their screening process. That they have gotten some of the good people out there to participate and be a part of it. And I think that whole component would be, of course, the COP people moving to the NTA and some of the areas that they have chosen to contest, areas where you still have that residual of the COP. As far as West Trinidad and different parts, of course.
Mr. Griffith has made the case on the platforms that he is after the so-called third vote, third constituency, third force, old ONR, NAR, coming all the way up to COP in whatever devolution. Those persons who don't necessarily stick to either the UNC or the traditional parties, the UNC, PNM. Those persons who we call, the floating voter or the more concerned voter.
That's right.
The more discerning voter. So he has actually made a direct appeal to them. I think he has done a good job on the campaign explaining his issues. You often, I have to say that his PR team is very strong. His releases are always on point. I looked at some of his releases. May not have agreed with all, definitely have not disagreed with all, but whatever the case that was being made, it was well articulated, well written, well strong. So he definitely has a good PR team with him, and that constituency tends to look at those types of things. What are you saying? What are you putting down in writing? How are you presenting yourselves? And so I think they have made a good show of it, and let's see how they come out tonight. All the best to them.
Yeah. And as well as we're looking at in that same Digger Martin area, Marshall Walker. Hopefully we'll get some preliminary results on that. We are seeing something as far as the PNM 89, UNC 81
in Digger Martin.
With Marshall Walker's area.
That's very good.
Yeah.
That is an extremely good sign. Again, no surprise. Miss Walker, I think everybody knows Marshall Walker in the country.
Yeah.
I think everybody in the country knows Miss Walker. Very articulate, very loud, speaks her mind. One thing you would say about Marshall Walker, you know what she's thinking.
Yeah.
And good luck to her. I think she will offer good representation if elected.
Definitely. Yeah. And you're right, very outspoken, and someone who has never backed down from a fight. So we definitely want to see how things, as far as the results go on that side. But it is quite interesting what is happening. There's a lot of anxiety. There are a lot of people who are commenting, I'm sure, certainly on the live, wanting to know from different areas. And again, folks, as it comes in, we will be sharing it with you. Trust me, we're not going to keep it to ourselves. We want you to know, because we know that you are somewhere biting nails and having your fingers crossed, and you want to get those results, and we want to get it out to you, of course. And we're going to try to share with you the historical factors as far as the difference of 2019 and the results that are coming out here in 2023. So we are going to...
And again, it's important that you compare the 2019, because 2019 was the year just prior to general election. I think the UNC was on upswing. My own personal view, if it wasn't for COVID and the issues that surrounded COVID, UNC would have won the 2020 election. Certainly were in ascendancy in the 2019, coming out of the 2019 local government, and therefore, looking at those results would be very important. So
we do have some more here. Marabella, South Vista Bella. Once again, Trisha Sasha Ali.
So the race,
347. It's tight indeed. Marcus Gidhari 342. It is a battleground district, and for those of you who are now joining us, once again, this in 2019 it was PNM 777, UNC 905, and it was won by 128 votes. So you're right, this is more than just a political battle. It is personal.
Yes.
It is personal. So again, Trisha Sasha Ali 347, Marcus Gedhari 342, and she's holding her own. She's
You have to say that?
very
Yes.
popular, very very likable young lady. Had a chance to meet her, and it was quite clear that she wants to make a difference. And when asked whether or not she was intimidated of the fact that she was representing Aftermark, she said, listen, I just want to bring it home, and I'm going the distance. So we're back at the Les Efforts West, La Romaine, Rishi Balram Singh 434 to Saeed Mohammed for the PNM 191. Again, the San Fernando Corporation is the battle area that we're looking at here. So Rishi Balram Singh is definitely holding. Yeah, he's starting to pull away, and,
which is good.
Which is good as we keep our eyes on this and see how it develops. So folks, this is quite interesting here.
Yep, certainly a battle emerging in the San Fernando district, the San Fernando Corporation. I'd like to see some of the other. I would like to see how Mr. Ali Bokas is doing. I think that is the one. Yeah, that is the one I'm interested in.
Yes, the man popularly known as Macamillion.
Macamillion. I think if he makes some inroads into the San Fernando Corporation, that would certainly set the trend for the entire local government arrangement.
Yeah, that would definitely
focus on Ali Bokas, as they are saying.
That would definitely be something. And he, of course, his sister, who is a former Miss TNT, has returned to the home soil to give him that support. A very prominent family in South Trinidad, seem to be not just liked but loved by so many people. So is that going to give him the edge that is required to clinch that area? We wait and see as far as the results unfold. So Les Efforts West La Romaine, again Rishi Balram Singh holding tight. We are now in Arima Central. It's another battleground district, and we're seeing for the UNC Nigel Moses 535 to Sheldon Fish Garcia 776, and this is a battleground district for the Arima Borough Corporation. Nigel Moses, a man who is highly favored, who has been campaigning hard. He has been out and about, not just in his area, but giving assistance to other of the candidates as well.
And I know
UNC.
that Mr. Kun has been a very hard worker in the Arima Central, in the Arima district, doing a lot of good work. Of course, he works here with us on Douglas Politics, so we wish him all the best in that district. Mr. Big, no stranger to the UNC soldiers and faithful. I believe he's the coordinator, doing his usual. Brian working hard, can't take that away from Brian, always working hard. So I think they have a good team there in Arima.
Yeah, you have Flora,
Flora as well.
Is it Pagai? Yes, who's there? Yes, and the entire team that is always.
And you know, I have to say that I've met early on. I started working with the Arima team. I've met the candidates, all intellectually sound, very strong candidates. Know what they had to do, and they have been working the ground, even prior to the announcement of election. So I know that they've been working there very strongly, and it will not surprise me to see some inroads into the Arima Borough Corporation.
Yeah, you're right, and I think there will be some serious inroads into the Borough Corporation. So 535 Nigel Moses and Sheldon Fish Garcia 776. We're looking now at the Superior West Faizabad, and Jason Ali holding at 781 to Kamaluddin Ghani of the PNM 631. And up for grabs there as part of the Superior Regional Corporation.
Of course, the PNM has its eye on the seat.
Yes.
I don't think they could really do much. Superior as a UNC fortress, especially that corporation. So I can't see them making much inroad here. Jason Ali, good candidate. I think he's returning. Yes, good candidate. So let's see.
This is our final results.
And
this is the final result?
This is the final results for the Arima Central, this battleground district. Folks who are locked on with us.
Unfortunate.
Very unfortunate. The Arima Central, Nigel Moses 535, Sheldon Garcia 776. And again, this fight is the Arima Borough Corporation. So
that's a surprising result to me.
yeah.
I mean, I know that Fish, Mr. Garcia, former UNC, he'd have obviously got most of his kudos and credit, used the UNC platform to build his own name there, and now he has gone across. Seems to have taken some people across with him, you know, building on UNC's strength and credit. But you know, we have to deal with that. We roll with the punches.
Yeah.
I think you know, political organizations have to learn to deal with these things. We roll with the punches and we come again stronger. You know, congratulations to Mr. Moses, because he's kept the fight very close.
Definitely.
Kept the fight very close. You have to say that.
Yeah.
But it seems that he has, Mr. Fish has kept his seat just for another party.
Yeah.
But
So
I still credit that to the UNC, the good work that his association with the United National Congress.
yeah, so that was your final result, folks. Again, UNC 535, Arima Central, and Mr. Garcia 776. And I agree with you. I echo your sentiments. You roll with the punches. That's just how it is. It is a political battle, but again, I believe that Mr. Moses definitely held his own. He held his ground.
Very strong candidate.
Very strong
worked
candidate.
very hard.
Yeah.
Nothing can be taken away from him, and I think he definitely has a future in the politics.
Definitely.
Definitely has a part to play with the United National Congress. You know, so I wouldn't be disheartened, and I know that the UNC, the Arima team, who has been really working hard, may be a bit disappointed, but let's look at the other seats, because I know that they have been targeting all of the seats there, all of the districts. So let's see, and of course we have our NTA partners across there.
Yes. Yes.
Who are, you know, if they are able to persuade that third force, I still remain optimistic in Arima.
Yeah.
Yeah, I
Yeah,
still
so
remain optimistic.
That was your final results there for the Arima Central area. And technical director, I know we have a lot that's coming in, and it's coming in fast.
I know. So we'll see. As I said, I think anything from Grande, actually, Sangre Grande, I think that's one we really have to keep our eyes on.
So we're back looking at Montrose here.
Montrose, yeah.
And Melissa Jadunanan
Has pulled away again.
888 to the PNM Andel Pamasuk 604. And this battle here is the Chaguanas Borough Corporation.
I think that Ms. Jadunanan is going to pull away now, given those numbers. I think they're going to pull away. Because I think the strongest boxes have already come in for Mr. Paramsuk. I mean, I don't want to be so bold as to call it, but I think his strongest boxes have come in from what I'm hearing. So what should be coming now is really the stronger UNC areas, and I think Ms. Jadunanan should take it home. That would be some good news, because this is another seat that I think the PNM is targeting. They've tried to target anybody driving through the Lange Park area. We'll see numerous billboards by Mr. Paramsuk. Of course, he's entitled to do. You can't fault him. He's campaigning, enterprising young man himself. So be it. But that would put a stop, because of course in the general election, I think the PNM is looking at, they have to be crazy too, but they're looking at that Chaguanas East seat as always one that falls within the marginals.
Yes.
We have a very strong candidate there, Ms. Mohit. I think she has secured the seat personally. She cemented her presence there. But this is probably where the PNM wanted to make an inroad through Mr. Paramsuk, and it seems that they're being stopped.
Yeah, and which is
important.
Very important. Very important.
Any strategy, any war, any battle, you have to know where you're attacking, but you must also shore up your defenses. And I think that in itself is a victory if we're able to take that home.
Definitely, of course. And so the results are coming in. Again, you know, the report, of course, things were a bit slow today, moving, but we are seeing that people did turn out. There was large turnouts in certain areas. Again, usually it's about 35% of the electorate that comes out for the local government elections, and we will of course have that percentage of the amount of voters, if not late tonight, at least by tomorrow morning. We will of course try to get it out to you as to what the percentage was. So a lot is taking place as far as these areas, and holding strong are the UNC candidates. So I know, again, San Fernando, very, very...
Anything from Grande, Archie? Anything from Sangre Grande? That is the one. I think that is the one that the country is looking at.
Oh yes, oh yes.
The country is looking at that one.
Especially these allegations of what took place this evening.
It's true.
As far as distribution of funds, inducing people, trying to get them to, do their political will. So and some of the names that were called. Mm-hmm. So I think even after that, the investigation will have to start in some of these allegations of this behavior. Yeah. That would definitely cannot be accepted.
Yeah.
It tells you a lot too, that it had to boil down to something like this, when in fact it should have been dealt with on the issues as far as what was being done for these areas, rather than having to tell people, hold this, hold that, and go out there and do it. So it also showed a sign of desperation by the PNM. By going out there and laying out these things.
Well, I can't imagine how low you have to be in a democracy where people have the constitutional right to vote, if persons were to engage in that type of conduct to induce people to vote.
Yeah.
But it's even worse, I think, if you were induced to vote for money, because ultimately you have ballot secrecy.
Right.
No, it's only you and, as Mr. Pandey says, only you and God in the voting booth. So you can take the jersey and still vote for the United National Congress.
So we have Othahiti Rusilak, Javid Mohammed, UNC, 1,975, to the PNM Curtis Karabe, 1,310. And this is up for the Superior Regional Corporation. Javid Mohammed holding strong, getting out there, and let's see what happens.
Well, it's also encouraging, again, while the UNC faithful may have been disappointed that we've lost that Arima district, that Arima seat. It's encouraging, I think, for the UNC faithful to look at the UNC corporations, which have been starved of funding. That is an allegation that is out there.
Yeah.
We are not, the UNC is not in central government, and therefore the PNM can enrich their corporations while starving United National Congress. But the fact is that people are holding the faith in the corporations that we already control, and that is showing there are no serious inroads being made, and therefore we are holding the line, so to speak. We are standing our ground, at least in these corporations.
Which is good. We'll get at Mondesi now. UNC, Derek Boren, 2,000 to the PNM Kennedy Polydor, 802. So quite a lead.
Yes, he's pulled away.
He has pulled away.
When you see that type of disparity in a local government, you can more or less say he's pulled away. Mr. Bowen, friend of the show of Douglas Politics, very strong candidate, always in every UNC activity. So no surprise there.
Yes, seasoned campaigner. He knows exactly how to get out there, how to get the message out there, and of course, how to rally the people
and how to mobilize,
which is very important.
Very important in an election process.
That's right. So he has that. He has shown that definitely he's an asset. So he's at 2,000 compared to Kennedy Polydor at 802.
Yeah.
Sure. Yeah, so that is quite interesting. He has definitely pulled out their keel.
Oh yeah, Mr. As again, and I spoke to him sometime ago coming up to the local. He was very confident, meeting people. And again, one of the things that all of the candidates tell you is that primary, even though this is a local government election, the primary concern that people have is crime. It is the failure of the People's National Movement, the failure of this current administration to really secure law-abiding, secure the safety, ensure the safety of law-abiding citizens and the sanctity of their home, particularly with the specter of home invasion. I think almost every day the population is assuaged and bombarded with images of persons breaking in, entering into people's homes, and doing what they will with them, and that has to be a very frightening thing. Very, very
definitely, and compounded with that as well is our senior citizens have now become soft targets.
Yes.
I mean, whatever bank transaction or as the case may be, they're beaten on the streets. We've had so many reports of that being taken advantage of. And one would think that in your twilight years, you would have that sense of security and protection in your community.
Yeah.
I mean, these are people who have put their shoulders to the wheel to bring about, the production here for our country. And now that they have whatever living on a fixed income, most of them would have to endure this and be afraid. Some of them are so afraid that they don't even leave their homes.
Yeah.
And that in itself is a security threat. So, and here we have Glencoe Goodwood La Puerta. So we have some Marsha Walker news coming in. She's at 400 compared to Amber Keynes of the PNM, 664. So this definitely is a battle.
It's a battle.
We need to see how it's going to play out, and that's for the Diego Martin Regional Corporation.
Yeah, based on those figures, it's not over. And I know Ms. Walker, so I think we should do it as well. She will want to fight to the very, very last.
Yes.
Very, very last ballot. So I know she's going to continue to fight to the very last ballot. And I think we should hold faith in her. She's a strong person. Oh look, I think we're getting an
update here.
There we go. There we go.
501.
We were able to get in.
All right, and
so let's see. You have a change.
Miss Amber Keynes, another change, 703.
And for that, I would say still is a very small gap in that area in the heart of the Prime Minister's constituency.
Yes,
she is doing extremely well. So I think we should take heart in that.
Yeah, that says a lot. Yeah. That's the Glencoe Goodwood La Puerta.
Yeah.
And you're right, that falls in the constituency of Diego Martin West, which of course is the Prime Minister's constituency.
Yeah.
And here we have Marsha Walker putting up quite a battle in that area.
Yeah, quite a battle. So that is heartening.
Yeah. That says quite a lot. So again, let's see what happens with that later on, as far when it starts to unfold with more results coming in. Quite interesting, quite interesting. And again, it was quite a brutal campaign. I heard the NTA political leader Gary Griffith saying that if he had to campaign again, he would like to do it somewhere in Barbados where there's a flat terrain, because he has been climbing so many hills and going to so many areas.
But I mean, I did hear him early on in the campaign. I hope no offense, but I did hear him say that he put on a bit of weight because of an injury, and now with the campaign, he was hoping to lose some weight. Yeah. So I think everybody knows climbing the hills are good is very good exercise.
Yeah. So we have Kumuto Tamana, and we have Keon Sarup.
This is the Sangre Grande.
Sangre Grande Regional Corporation. Our first preliminaries coming in for Sangre Grande Regional Corporation.
And that's a blowout. Is that a final result?
1989 to Dave Ramhart for the PNM 790. We're being told this is a final. This is a final.
Yeah,
so
it has to be with those figures.
With those figures, it has to be a final. So
first blood to the UNC in the battleground district.
Keon Sarup has taken that victory flag. And first going to the Sangre Grande Regional Corporation. So again, as it unfolds, we're going to share it with you. And he
crowd continues to trickle into the UNC headquarters.
Keon Sarup, I had a chance to meet him. He definitely was all set and ready to bring it home. So and he did. I
have to say, I like the Sangre Grande team because you always know them in any UNC meeting. You always know them. You always know these fellas. They always have on a particular type of jersey. They always have a particular type of dress. They're always coordinated.
Yeah.
And they always move together. It's one thing that the Sangre Grande guys, they're a strong, close-knit team, and hopefully that brings them the victory that they deserve in the Sangre Grande Corporation.
Yes, indeed.
Yeah.
Hopefully we're going to get something from the Quora Paradise Tacarigua area soon. Yeah, that's Praki. So we're going to get some sort of feedback as how things developing there. But it's what I'm seeing here is a video, and it's a very active office, campaign office taking place.
Yes. She could stream that video if it's safe for stream. So video.
We do have from the Quora Paradise Tacarigua campaign office. So very active. What's going on?
Just read the video before. I don't know. It seems to be a shot of what is happening at the office. We have eyes. We could have our eyes on the road.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Very, very active. We have some results coming in there. Let's
Sorry,
see. Let's see what we have.
let's
Let's see. And someone is saying that Marsha Walker did well in a P&M Die Hard,
Yes,
Goodwood Park.
yes, I think we've said that.
Yeah, yeah,
She's
definitely.
done extreme, but you see,
Extreme,
and you know,
holding.
with elections, you look at those types of areas to see a trend,
Yeah.
right? And if it is she's doing well, augurs well for the stronger. So, you know, again, any battle, what you think to be your weaker links, you have to strengthen them up, and Ms. Walker has strengthened up
Yeah.
that area, and it's clear that that has sent a wave that is coming.
Especially seeing that it's Dr. Rowley's backyard. She's
Backyard,
in
yeah.
his backyard and she is causing problems,
Yeah. I mean,
which
if
is
you
good.
if you could find 500 people to vote against Dr. Rowley in his constituency, you've done well.
You've done well.
You've done well.
And I agree with you 100%. That tells us quite a lot.
Some news about Ms. Roberts. Let's see, I think we're getting. That sounds favorable. Let's see.
Yeah, yeah.
So early days still. I mean, we've had maybe 2 seats declared, 1 seat declared.
But we've had
Unfortunate.
Arima Central that, of course, went in favor of the P&M, and
and Sangre Grande goes
Sangre
in
Grande,
favor.
which went in
of the
favor
UNC.
of the UNC. We do have a final result here now, and this is Marabella East, one of the battleground districts.
Good.
So yes, we have Kern Ramdin at 1,304 to Dave Pasras for the PNM,
Incumbent.
1,015.
He's an incumbent.
Yeah, Kern
Yes.
Ramdin is, yeah. So
Incumbent. So holding on.
holding on. He is holding on.
Holding strong.
Holding strong. Marabella East, and of course this was labeled as one of the battleground districts.
Yeah.
So it's final, final as you say. There you go. So
Final, so another battleground goes to the United National Congress. Some positive news.
definitely.
And I see some of the OWTU persons are here tonight. Would have lent some strength to that campaign, certainly. Of course, the closure of Petrotrin, very serious issues, the neglect of the former workers, all of those were put on the ballot. And the OWTU, or some of the candidates, some of the persons in the OWTU
Yeah.
have come forward to send a message and to support the United National Congress. And I would say that message has been sent. So good work to them.
Yeah.
All of Miss Amin.
Yes, 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 and we do have St. Augustine MP Khadisha Amin, who has entered, and some other folks, along with members of the media. So
Yeah.
thank you. Oh, it's coming in. The results are coming.
So we are doing well. Well, we are live,
We are live here.
and I think all of the viewers would know Miss Amin's voice.
Yes.
Yeah, you
Yeah.
could come in. Archie, you want to take a short break so we could switch? Oh, well, we could stay there. I mean, I come. Yeah, let me take a break. There's only so much low people like that. So I'm taking a break.
We still all now we're running live?
Yeah, we just.
Oh,
We're
it's
not on the
just showing
screen yet.
Okay. Yeah, let me have a few minutes at all, yeah.
And that's the final results for Marabella East.
Yes. So you'll see here when we go live.
Ready, Archie? Yes. We're live. Go ahead. Yeah, I'm joined here with St. Augustine MP Khadisha Amin, who is also the shadow local government minister of the UNC. It's a pleasure having you with us here this evening. So much is taking place, and again, it was a hard-fought campaign. News coming in from Erin here. We have Chanel Roberts. Final results, 950 to Arlene Ramdeo for the PNM, 1,097. And of course, this battle here under the
Chanel
Superior
Roberts increased the
Regional
votes
Corporation.
tremendously
Yes, yes, she has.
So wow, she came so close, yeah.
She has.
This is a seat that was considered a PNM stronghold, and for Chanel Roberts to get so close, less than 100 away from the incumbent party, it is a tremendous inroads.
I would say that as well. And even looking at Marsha Walker in the backyard of Dr. Rowley, having 500 votes so far as they continue, says quite a lot that she has been doing. And that too has been an increase. So we do say hats off to her. And again, usually for a local government election, as I mentioned before, it's usually about 35% turnout for the electorate. I know you haven't been able to make that final assessment, but based on what you've experienced today, what say you as to how would you look at the turnout?
I have voted in Carapo RC School for many years, since the first time I ever voted to present, and I found the energy there to be very much similar to a general election. When I went there was a buzz, and it was a little more than what I would usually see in a local government election. So I think a high turnout is an indication that people were fed up and they wanted to make their register their dissatisfaction. I am seeing some positive results coming in from interesting areas like Sangre Grande region, San Fernando. So of course we are waiting for the final figures, but I think the quality of the campaign in terms of the UNC represented real issues, and the PNM really spent a lot of taxpayers' dollars, used a lot of state resources to give away grants. We saw them giving grants of $15,000 through self-help, $30,000. We saw them giving food cards. I mean, people who were begging for food cards for months, years in some cases, and were suddenly getting food cards.
And the mere fact to use these things as some sort of an inducement at this time. Looking at Cedras here, of course, no surprise. I mean, Tiloxing 1771 to the Anthony Von Gaines for the PNM 715. I mean, Tiloxing is a seasoned individual. He understands the politics and he knows how to get out. You, of course, are no stranger to the Tunapuna Corporation, which, of course, has most of the activities based on the historical data that we have. That area, of course, has always been the largest turnout as far as in the Tunapuna, St. Helena, St. Augustine South area. And so we can expect, of course, that that wouldn't change tonight, but we would expect, of course, a spike in many of the areas where as far as the turnout.
I am very confident about the local government seats within St. Augustine constituency. As a member of parliament, I have worked well with the incumbents, with the who are all going back, the councillors in that area. I feel very confident because we have represented people. And you know, the thing is, when you are in opposition, you are limited in what you can deliver, but what you can do is to be present, be representative, and be voices for the people. And our UNC councillors have done that. So I expect that our councillors will be returned, the sitting councillors will be returned, and I do expect that there are some seats that we PNM probably holds on to now that we will win. So we wait with bated breath, particularly coming out of Tunapuna region. I think it will be interesting. Sangre Grande Corporation, I'm confident that it's in the bag for the UNC, and we await the results.
So we have an update here again on the Glencoe Goodwood La Perta, Marsha Walker 732. So we've seen an increase there by quite a lot. And Amber Caines of the PNM and 918. Again, Marsha is in the backyard of the sitting Prime Minister. That says quite a lot, that she can find this amount of people that can gravitate to her, to the UNC and to her as a candidate, says quite a lot. I think it speaks volumes. This battle, of course, is for the Diego Martin Regional Corporation. You did mention, of course, so many of the things that took place. You have been out there with many of the candidates, and many of them who said they've been bombarded with the top priority, top issue, which is crime, and that has been the center point of the UNC campaign,
Yes.
to secure the nation, to secure the communities, and of course secure the citizens. I mean, do you think that that message now, based on it has reached the target?
Oh yes, the UNC's campaign was based on the issues that the people felt were most important to them. So I will give you an example. Crime, the economy, jobs. Those were some of the three top issues, and Dr. Rowley's approach was that those are national issues and that those cannot be solved if the UNC wins regional corporations. The truth is that regional corporations have a role in playing to make communities safer in terms of municipal police. Hiring more municipal police, of course, would create employment, but having community patrols, having patrols in the areas near to schools, having patrols in the, like where you have playgrounds and so on,
Right.
to make playgrounds safe. We have had children gunned down on playgrounds, stray bullets hit a child, a 7-year-old, and we have had incidents like those. So we want our playgrounds to be safer. That falls under municipal corporations. We want our schools and the streets to be safer. We can have municipal police at the local government level, adding to a safe community. Regional corporations also play a role in providing opportunities for small and micro enterprises.
Right.
So let's take, for instance, if you have vending areas where you can have local foods being sold close to recreation grounds or centers for sporting and cultural activities, where you have, for instance, local tourism. So where there's a local tourist site maintained by a regional corporation, so let's use Devil's Woodyard, for instance.
Right.
You can have vending, you can have craft, you can have food being sold, and small and micro entrepreneurs benefit. You create employment opportunities, you create local economic development, but you must have the roads to access those places properly maintained, and all of these things fall under local government. So by empowering local government and by giving the UNC a chance in local government, we can make a difference in each regional corporation, and maybe it will show up the government because they have failed at the national level to deal with security, to deal with joblessness, to deal with the economy. You know, and I think there are innovative ways that a UNC-led council will and can deal with some of these so-called national issues.
We've got some stuff coming in from Tumpuna, that's Tumputa Arima, Denell Peters, 442. To Jovan Roberts of the PNM 465, and this is early still, and the battle here is the Arima Borough Corporation. But you know, Khadija, one of the things that Mr. Jack Warner, who's part of this campaign, gave us that historical data on the fact that even in the 70s, the PNM was talking about local government reform. At this point in time, when the election was held, that was not basically a priority or carded for at this time, and was only called because of the court ruling. Just how serious were they about this local government reform, and is it more about the property tax as far as getting revenue to do some of the things that they're saying that they're going to do, or is it that the economy is shattered and they need to find ways and means of getting it in?
You know, the local government reform is one of the oldest beaten songs by the PNM. I think people really at this time, it's just rhetoric at this time. The PNM is in government. Nothing prevents them from doing local government reform. They do not have to win the corporation to do local government reform. The truth is that the Local Government Act was passed in 2021. From then to now, what have they done to make local government reform a reality? They tried one thing. They proclaimed the section of the law that made the term of councillors from 3 years to 4 years. That's the only thing they proclaimed. The truth is that nothing prevents them from proclaiming other sections of the act, putting the administrative things in place in the regional corporation to ensure that we have better roads, that we have more efficient garbage collection, that the things that are the core duties of regional corporations are done efficiently. Nothing prevents the government from doing those things right now. Nothing prevents them from laying out an agenda and a schedule to say this is how we are going to rule out reform. So it is BS, it is rhetoric, and they continue to talk about local government reform, but most significant, they are talking about property tax.
Yeah. We do have preliminary results coming in there for that's Kokal Mafikin and Renel Kisoon, UNC 137 to Imran Ali 54, and this is labeled as a battleground district as well. So very, very, very interesting here. Renel Kisoon 137, Imran Ali PNM 54. And you're correct. Nothing was stopping the current administration from implementing any of these things. I mean, we heard it on the campaign trail, as far as taking care of the cemeteries, maintaining recreational grounds, garbage collection, all of these things that was spoken about. But was it ever made a priority? And again, what is hindering this from becoming a reality? And
listen, we had, I mean, it has become a culture in the UNC where councillors would throw barbecue, raise funds to buy material to patch roads. Up to Saturday morning, just before our rally, we had a candidate in Valencia bringing material to a road called Pine Avenue in Valencia, because the state of the roads there, and they have a PNM councillor, and I think that councillor will lose this time. So we are accustomed to putting our hands in our pockets, to raising funds, to do what the government has been failing to do.
I think, is this a final Arima Northeast Jazzy Rigsby 623 to Kim Garcia's PNM 632. So quite interesting at this battleground district. Again, fighting for the Arima Borough Corporation. And
9 votes.
Yeah.
9 votes. I think a recount might be required there. That is very close.
Very close.
This is an area that the PNM considers their stronghold.
Yes.
And you see how, the PNM got 632 votes and the UNC candidate got 623 votes.
That's right.
So that is 9 votes difference.
So it tells you something.
It says a lot.
It says quite a lot.
Yeah. And I think we will have some other results where that would be similar. We might see close margins, and we will see some serious inroads being made. We saw Erin, the Erin district was considered a PNM stronghold, and we see the number of votes that our UNC candidate got there, Chanel. So it will be an interesting night where the results are concerned.
I do agree with you. It's very interesting, but I think you're seeing that change. I mean, in areas that would necessarily you wouldn't see such in favor of anyone except the PNM. We are seeing that this evening, and that says quite a lot. I mean, looking again at Marsha Walker, again, she's in the backyard of Dr. Rowley's constituency and putting up quite a battle. It says quite a lot. And even what's going on in Arima, very hard fought. I mean, you had the MP there, Penelope Beckles, coming out almost every night, and to see 9 votes separating there from that last we saw, that says quite a lot.
Well, the next step is general election, and I think the PNM know that the writing is on the wall, and this local government election was an opportunity for people to cast their vote and send a message in terms of their dissatisfaction with the government. And there are many government ministers who did not go on the ground. I can tell you there are some areas where the PNM did not put much effort, and I think they gave up pretty early because they were feeling that sense of discontent from the ground. People were being harsh on them. They would tell them, you know, we don't want to see you, we are fed up of you. But I think what the UNC has been consistent in that our councillors, we are always present when there's flooding, when there's natural disaster. Even when we had COVID, while a lot of PNM councillors were staying away from the public, we were delivering hampers, and we were doing it with following all the COVID protocols, delivering masks free of charge, visiting homes. I mean, we kept on the ground and we kept active. and we were able to continue to represent and serve people, and that spoke volumes. But we did not only have the sitting councillors. Where we do not have a sitting UNC councillor, we have something called a shadow councillor.
No.
And so the UNC would still service those areas, even though they have a PNM councillor and a PNM MP. They got to see representation from a UNC person. And I think that also spoke volumes in terms of the UNC truly being people-centered.
Yeah. And we did speak earlier on about some of these folks who would have left for whatever reason. They would have put themselves up for screening, they weren't accepted, and it makes you wonder what sort of assessment do they look at, believing that they may be bigger than what they need to serve and what they need to be a part of. How do you look at individuals like this who are more driven by their ego rather than getting out there and doing the work that is required?
Well, we have seen many PNM ministers, the arrogance they come across with. The Minister of National Security is a number one culprit, but almost every minister we have had, that kind of arrogance coming from them where they do not listen to the people. And it may be too late now, but the truth is that, we have so many people being murdered, we have so many people losing their lives. Up to this morning, we had an attempted robbery in St. Augustine constituency in Spring Village area, and people are scared.
Yeah.
You have not done anything to reduce the level of fear in citizens, and those are things that I think helps people to decide.
Yeah. I agree with you there 100%.
Yeah.
So
I think with the Arima Northeast area, we want to. I'm hearing some positive things about the results in Arima Northeast. We are waiting the final results. We have some good news. Arima Northeast.
We lost by just 10 votes.
Right. So that is 9 votes. Right. So by 10 or 9 votes. So
No, 9 votes.
Yes.
We lost by 9 votes.
So that is one that is very close, so then we may require a recount there. I think we won Kokal Mafikin.
No, that didn't come.
That
very
preliminary results. Yeah.
A very good result.
Good results so far. Yeah.
Numbers.
I feel my results here more up to date than all your own.
Marabella South has been declared.
All right. Vista Bella South has been declared.
Yeah. Vista Bella South
has been declared.
We have some very interesting videos.
Marabella South, Vista Bella.
We have some very interesting videos that you could tune into Douglas Politics with Marcus, who allegedly claims that UNC had only won that seat because of him.
I don't even want to respond to Marcus because Marcus was when we went on the ground, I spent some time with Sasha Ali there, and when we went on the ground, people were calling him Marcus the Judas because he jumped ship. And I can tell you the UNC has spent a lot of time in that area. We have been working even before we won that seat. The UNC did a lot of hard work to ensure that Marcus won that seat on the last occasion. But the truth is that the UNC groundwork stood. We had a wonderful candidate, Miss Sasha Ali. Today I spent, in fact, I was in San Fernando from about 4:30 this morning, and the team there really worked well under the directive of our political leader. I saw desperation in the PNM.
Yeah.
I can tell you in San Fernando, in the 2 seats that I had encounters with in Marabella South, Vista Bella, as well as the Marabella West, we were seeing the PNM's desperation. In fact, the EBC officials had to intervene because the PNM candidate in Vista Bella was congregating with a big group of people on the corner, and it was intimidating to some of our voters, but we just continued to work and to have our network in place, our transport in place, because we had walked that area with our candidate, in some cases visiting homes 2 and 3 times. So we had already confirmed with numerous persons that they were supporting us.
Is this final?
Final result.
Final as well. Enterprise North Esmeralda, Justin Lee Stewart for the UNC, 1,478. To Lisa Holders, 1,336. And again, that battle is the Chaguanas Borough Corporation.
Yes.
So Justin Lee Stewart clinching it for the United National Congress. I heard that sigh of relief from you there, Khadija, and Lisa Holder, of course, not getting in. So again, a lot of activity here. Things are buzzing at headquarters of the United National Congress here in Chaguanas.
Oh, I have some news here.
Please tell us.
UNC has won Valencia West in Sangre Grande region.
There you go.
Neil De Silva.
Yes.
They just collected the last boxes. So Valencia West is home, and that means Sangre Grande Corporation is solid UNC.
Well, there you
Yeah. So we already have news that we have in the Sangre Grande region, we have won the Manzanilla Fishing Pond District, we have won the Sangre Grande South District, we have won the Kumuto Tamana District. Those are the UNC safe seats, and we have news that we have now a fourth area.
Yeah.
No, we have 4 safe ones. We have 4 safe ones, and we now have a 5th one that the UNC did not win before. The PNM was held a seat for the last few terms, and the last time we won the seat was in 2010,
Right.
the Valencia West seat. So the last box just came in, the results for the final box in the Valencia West area, and Neil De Silva has successfully
Clinched that.
brought home that seat.
For the
So
UNC.
Sangre Grande is home.
All right.
Yeah.
I think we had some word from the Papario San Pedro Tabaquita. Is there? That's a victory as well for
Yes,
the UNC.
that would be Henry Awong.
Henry, yes.
I expect Henry Awong
Yeah.
to win his seat. He has been a stalwart. He has been, as the chairman of Couva Regional Corporation, he has been in local government for quite some time, but he's a very grounded person. He has been, very active in that constituency and that district, that Peparo district. He represents his burgesses well. He has done well as the chairman of the regional corporation. I see the vice chairman of the Couva Corporation here,
Yes,
Ryan
Rampersad.
Rampersad, another fantastic councillor, an excellent worker on the ground. And I think because of their representation, we expect they will return victory in their seat. And Ryan Rampersad has also won his seat in Londonville, Talparo. And we congratulate him, and we wait for more results coming in from that region.
Yeah. How are we looking there, Archie? What do we? What we?
Going to be joining the boss shortly
Okay.
via link. But it seems as though it might be more profitable to just call the seats there now as you get it, while I try to
Okay.
Yeah,
W-
so
give us update.
we are getting results coming in. We prefer to share, of course, the official results with you, but as the polling agents come out of the station, they are presenting their totals to our UNC candidates, and they are sending that information to us. So we are getting the information live as the polling agents complete their count, and we will continue to keep you updated.
Yes, indeed, and quite an exciting time. Things are happening, and again, wherever it seems as the UNC may have fallen short, not by much at all. So that says quite a lot, and it puts us on quite a good footing leading to the general election.
I want to let us get some more results from the team. We have some more stations coming in. I see our friend Joe Serju.
Bring
Joe
it to us.
Serju trained me to be a polling agent when I was about 19 years old.
Well, yes, yes.
He has been a stalwart in the UNC,
This gentleman sitting here,
and he has trained many of us, and I see him still very active.
and tell him I'm 100
we can-
years old,
We consider him,
maybe 100 years.
he has been 100 years old for quite
For quite some
years.
time, yeah.
So as we allow more results to come in, I will take the opportunity to go and meet with some of our candidates who are coming in at this time. We do have members of the OWTU here at
Yes.
the UNC headquarters. We have several members of the media. I see some of our candidates have been coming in, and when they reach here, that means they have gotten their results and they have won their seats. I know we do have some supporters gathering outside as well. This is a serious exercise, and as we get more results and we see the positive results, the positive feedback here, I know more and more people will be coming down to our headquarters at Chaguanas on Mulchan, Sichan Road.
So
we anxiously await the arrival of our
so as
political
it
leader.
unfolds, so we're back here with
Mayaro, Kokal
Mafiking, Renel Kisoon 971, Imran Ali 599, and again this is also labeled as a battleground district. Very interesting. She is definitely have pulled away, and there's quite a gap there. Thank you so much, Khadija. Thank you so much for your input there, and I think that information was just right. Well, I know Keel is going to step back in. I'm going to take a short break and be right back. So I leave you in good hands, because he has eaten a 6-piece, and he's eaten it all by himself. But that's how it is. That's life. So again, Renel Kisoon, Kukal Mafiking 971, Imran Ali 599. She has pulled away. Oh, Claxton Bay, Pointer Pier. Nadia Khan Mohammed, no, very strong candidate. I don't think much of a surprise there. Strong candidate, 2,236 to Danelle Lane of the PNM 1,102, and that battle, of course, grabs is up for the Cuba Tabaki Talparo Regional Corporation. So again, Nadia Khan Mohammed.
Yep, strong area.
Strong area.
Point up here being a somewhat marginal seat.
Yes.
It's good news that she's able to bring that victory home by such a margin.
2,236.
This is final, Archie.
Is this final, Archie?
Partial. Well, I don't think.
Final. This is final.
So we call.
So Nadia Khan Mohammed has clinched it for the United National Congress, Claxton Bay Point up here. We're looking at, of course, Savannah Point. Lee says no surprise here. We are veteran player. Yeah, Ramchan has always been out there. He's a fixture. Yeah. I believe he's also in the Point Lisa's Chamber of Commerce.
Yep.
Right. So he's in, and I believe this is final. Final. 2,308 to Rajinder Gosain 948.
So it looks like the Cuba Tabakit
Talparo Regional Corporation again
stays strongly with
the United National Congress.
Yeah.
Very, very positive.
See.
So it's coming in. Time check is about 10 minutes to the hour of 9 o'clock. Very interesting, Keel, what we're looking at here. Very interesting.
And we have, Law. Laying down the law in Sangre Grande,
yes.
David Law. No surprise there. This is Rio Claro, Mayaro.
Yeah.
Strong area, good strong area for the UNC. Strong candidate in Mr. Barry. No surprises there, none at all.
David Low at 1,223 to Jaron Mohammed 895.
I think one day Mr. Law is going to make an album of the UNC. He's always taking photographs.
Yes.
Always documenting and recording the good times in the United National Congress.
And he has been there for quite some time. A good friend of mine, and he has somewhat of a political fixture in the Rio Claro area.
He seems to have taught the youngster Jaron Mohammed a little bit of a political lesson.
Yes. So excellent news again from Sangre
Good news,
Grande. Yeah.
upbeat here in the United National Congress camp.
Yes.
Seems that we are holding our own and even making some inroads. Yeah, even making some inroads. I think we're cutting across to go to...
Yes.
We have won the Princeton Corporation. We have won the Cuba Tabaqui Talparo Corporation. We have won the Chaguanas Borough Corporation. We have made inroads into the Puna. We have made inroads in Arima and Diego Martin. We have won the battleground regional corporation of Sangre Grande with an additional seat. And we have won. Thank you. That's it. Do I need to say anything more? Yeah, come behind me.
All right, we're just hearing from the political leader of the United National Congress.
I'm not sure what the announcement is. Oh, and I see the true and proper co-host for tonight is here, Miss Haynes.
Yeah, so we're going to just take a quick change. No, I wanted you here.
You want it?
Well, you just step here. I was taking a short break. Yeah, so I'll be
You and I.
yes, I'll be back. How are you?
Very good. How are you?
Good, good.
We're on, Archie?
Yes.
All right, well, MP Haynes joins us. I suppose I have to do the job of hosting tonight. What have you been hearing? What are the trends?
I am hearing positive things coming. As I walked in, I was informed that we have declared the Sangre Grande Regional Corporation in favor of the United National Congress. Coming news from my own team in the Tabaqui constituency in the Cuba Tabaqui Talparo region. No surprises, but the candidates, Chairman Henry Wong, Sharon Badalahu, and Ravi Puran Maraj, all retained our UNC strongholds. The numbers are good, winning in every polling division, and so
Excellent news.
you know, very good news for us. And so I'm very happy to be here joining Team UNC at our headquarters. As we get the results, as they continue to come in, I also got the news that Kern Ramden, Texi, retained his seat in the San Fernando Corporation.
Excellent.
That Miss Sasha Ali would have kept the Marabella South Vista Bella seat in the home of the United National Congress, and Rishi has also retained the Lazafort West seat. So we await news of the others, but
Yeah, because I know that the San Fernando Corporation is one that the UNC is looking now to capture. And it's a
certainly.
very important makeup in the architecture of local government elections.
Absolutely, and so it is. I mean, we have named San Fernando a battleground space. Key districts, I think we would also be looking at, would be coming in from Princeton. I don't know if Mr. Archie could tell me, or somebody can tell me what is happening in Princeton, because we would also be looking at the Lengua Indian Walk seat. We would also look at Hindustan St. Mary's, because
We have a final result.
excellent, right? So we are declaring for Raquel Gani in El Socorro, Aranguez North. So congratulations to Ms. Gani again. A highly anticipated but very expected victory
Yes.
in that space. Additionally, we would also be, and I'm urging all the viewers, and I saw thousands of viewers logged on as I made my way here, that we take a good look at the numbers, because that is how we will determine how many older persons,
Yes, yes.
to be politically correct now,
All the
that we
persons.
would be expecting to have in some of these corporations.
Yeah, well, that's the other part of the electoral equation for the aldermen, which also gives you influence in your corporations.
Certainly. The United National Congress used the local government campaign to carry a national message. That is important because we have to recognize what local government means in the space for national politics, for what we are able to do across the country. I think taking it away from the focus of just being infrastructural works and into what can we do utilizing our local government representatives to make the difference in the lives of our citizens. So we would be, again, looking forward to.
And how much of a mandate do you think this is, if the UNC is able to get further inroads? We know that it seems that the UNC has defended a lot of the corporations that the PNM may have had their eyes on. Sangre Grande, the seats in San Fernando, and so far some of the Chaguanas seats. We see as we speak on the Chaguanas seat. So this is Ms. Brenda John. Is this a final, Archie? Right.
So we are congratulating Ms. Brenda John in Enterprise South, Londonville North, for, again, retaining a UNC space. So congratulations to Ms. Brenda John. The United National Congress continues to have an extremely strong showing in the borough of Chaguanas.
Not unexpected.
Again, not unexpected, but I also would like to recognize that Ms. Brenda John is a new face in the corporation. The United National Congress, for quite some time, myself being included in that, has been bringing out new faces into the political arena. We have been introducing persons into the political space, and so we look forward to Ms. Brenda John and her work in the Chaguanas Corporation. To answer your question before we got the results, which is how much of a mandate, I think for all of us who are in the political space, we would have to be taking a look at the trends in terms of voter turnout and numbers. And those of us who, again, exist in the political space as political communicators, as policy makers in this space, it is very important for us to understand how to engage and motivate voters. Local government traditionally has a lower voter turnout, but there is a space for us, as I said before, as political persons, to create a more attractive
narrative, and I think especially when I think both parties, but the PNM have pitched their campaign on local government reform, well, it seems they haven't made any dent with their local government narrative, and I don't think that was a very authentic narrative in the first place.
You see, the local government reform as a political campaign platform, especially since it has been something in discussion since the 1950s, it really would not have been something to resonate with the public. It's also very disingenuous for a party in power to suggest that in a local government election, that is what you needed to do to be able to reform a system. That, I mean, if in the short term you look at it, they've been in charge of for 8 years, and in the long term, the PNM has been the party in control of Trinidad, the affairs of Trinidad and Tobago for the majority of the time. So who is going to believe that you need another chance to do something that you had ample chances? And
then you can't look away from the fact that the PNM has been in charge of the resources of the country.
This is a final result. Well, Mr. Archie is showing us the results for Ryan Diaz and the PNM candidate Dave Maraj, and while it is extremely heartbreaking for us in Team UNC, the fact of the matter is, in a PNM stronghold, those are very interesting numbers. And I spoke on the platform in Kuva Tabaki Talparo in our cottage meeting. I want to say last Thursday, but the days are all melting one into the other at this point in time. But after having walked in the Arima, space, and I mean, I saw for myself the impact that those candidates are having. And these numbers are certainly not something that we should be disheartened by. Absolutely, we were expecting a win. But even that expectation is something that we could be proud of.
No, I think so, because I think all electoral analysis, you don't just look at the seats that you're victorious in or the winning seats, you look for trends. And it seems to me that the Arima Corporation, or our candidates Arima, doing so well, it certainly says something about the United National Congress and the management of that constituency.
Absolutely. Yeah. I believe the campaign in Arima was a well-run, extraordinarily strategic campaign. I believe that they understood what needed to be done. I think they understood that they were in a difficult space that they were expected to execute in. And I think that they were not disheartened. They believed that they can do it, and they really contributed in a significant way to building the UNC brand and the UNC institution.
And making inroads into the East-West, the fabled East-West corridor. That people seem to say that, say that you have to win in order to take government ultimately.
And when I entered the political arena on the front lines in 2017, I did say that by the end of it, we should really be able to move away from what is a PNM space and a UNC space. We do have Ravi Puran Maraj. This is a final result.
Archie? Final for Ravi? Yes.
Yes. So I think I did already announce this preemptively, that the Gasparilla Bonaventure, which sits squarely in my constituency of Tabakit, Mr. Ravi Puran Maraj, and has expectedly taken the seat. I will say this, so the PNM did mount a very big campaign in that space. Their campaign office being just a few feet away from my constituency office, but also just about right next door to a landslip that they left unattended. Ministry of Works failure. I mean, again, I wouldn't consider that a strategic piece for a campaign office for a party in power, but you know.
Well, they may have mounted a very strong campaign, and while you can't say it, Anita, maybe I can say it's perhaps because of the strong representation that the constituency have that we were able to get that such a convincing victory in that seat, and I'm sure in all of the corporations.
Yes, I mean, like I said, we look forward to the rest of the Kuva Tabakita and Paru regional corporation coming in. You had the Minister of Energy, Stuart Young, coming into Kuva, Balmain to campaign, and again, I mean, I heard somebody sent me a clip that both the MPs for Arima and Dabadi O'Meara had something to say about my space that I entered into the Arima space, but they were talking about their own places that they found themselves. I mean, unsuccessfully. At the very least, though, while a lot of UNC MPs did make their way into the Arima space to bolster and lend support to our team, because our team is a very strong team, and they have been doing, again, a significant amount of work. Our numbers are showing trending upwards. Right?
Yeah, and I think it shows that where we have made strategic decisions to attack PNM constituencies, we have made inroads, but you're seeing where they have deployed no less than the Gary Sobers of the PNM, as they like to call him. They have not really made any impact in the Kuva Talparu Corporation, judging from these results. So I think that augurs well for the party and augurs well for our heartland seats as well.
Certainly. When I went to vote this afternoon in the Piparu San Pedro area for my councillor Henry Auhang, I noted that the sheer number of employees, because the PNM polling staff, etc., would have been in purple jerseys, and they certainly had more workers than voters. But I mean, again, an interesting use of resources in what is a UNC space.
Well, we've seen that, and it's no surprise that the PNM would use state resources at last minute. I mean, we saw criticisms. All of a sudden, we have, I see some applause. I see some applause there. Judging by the OWTU reaction, it seems that Macamillion has won. Oh, he's doing well. Okay, he's doing well. Let's not be too premature. Right? But it seems that, the trend is continuing, and that should be good.
Well, we are waiting numbers for the Marabella West spaces. The Marabella West has been a space for the PNM. They have taken out their PNM stalwarts into the seat to work.
Yeah.
So it's not that they sent anyone that is particularly new
Yeah.
or particularly, that is unfamiliar with the space. And so any inroad we make there is really going to be extremely significant.
Yes, I think so. And
Extremely
no less than, of course, the local government minister has been fighting for that San Fernando Corporation seat, fighting very strongly. So let's see let's see if he has had any impact at all on the electorate in San Fernando, which should, of course, be a sign
Certainly.
to the electorate generally if he has lost space or he has lost some ground. I see some results coming there.
Yes.
To Mr. Archie.
And so while we are awaiting more results, again, we would, as the United National Congress, extrapolate what it means for us in marginal seats going forward. We are a short space away from a general election. We would be very curious to see what it means in spaces like St. Joseph, spaces like San Fernando West, etc. In Tunapuna, we would be very interested to see what it means in terms of the numbers.
I know that you usually do the overlay of the local government onto the general election map.
Yeah.
And so I suppose the analysts and the Ali Bokas one is...
So we are declaring for Marabella, is that correct? We are... Well, we'll await final results because I would not want to appear to be flip-flopping.
Yeah, you don't want that.
Yes.
So we'll have to determine that.
Yes. So I am hearing as well that we picked up an additional space in the Sangre Grande Regional Corporation.
That corporation now is what, 5 is... Currently it's 5, 4, what is it?
Correct.
Yeah.
Correct.
So that if we pick up a space, we may be heading towards getting the corporation. This is Tunapuna.
Tumpuna. This is in the Arima borough as well. Yes. And so again, very close numbers with a very good showing by the United National Congress. I mean, again, now it will be very interesting to see what this means in terms of all the men, because you would know that we did run an accommodation
with
in
the
Arima.
Yeah.
So we will be.
I mean, it may redound into some calculations with the older men.
Some math that is beyond me at this moment. Some math that is beyond me at this moment.
So have you picked up any trends in terms of the voting? I know they said that the average turnout for local government tends to hover around 30 to 35%. Did you see an uptick or?
I did not. I did not see an uptick, but again, when the EBC publishes its final numbers, all political parties will be very aware of what the numbers mean and what it means for us going forward.
Yeah.
Certainly.
So far, that's the latest of what's happening. I don't know if you've done it, but we picked up in a short while.
We are getting some results coming in. Oh, I figured that would not have been.
I think Mr. Miru would have been down here just by seeing what you put up there.
Right, and we have what a result that makes a lot more sense here to us, with Meru, a returning councillor, significantly showing the space in the Superior Borough Corporation.
Yeah.
Yes.
Strong candidate in Mr. Meru. Everybody knows him in the United National Congress. Always in attendance, always in meetings. Very strong speaker on the platform. Man of the earth, so to speak. So no surprise there at all in such a large margin. And again, it shows where we have not won, we have made inroads, and where we have won, we've certainly firmed up the figures, even done better than previously.
Certainly.
Yeah, and of course we'll have to do the comparisons.
Certainly.
But it seems to do well.
As we await the we are awaiting some more results. You know, as the way election nights roll out, they are keeping us on our toes in one of the key areas, which is San Fernando.
Yes, I think that's the one that everybody is waiting
correct.
for.
Correct.
I've heard some whispers that Mr. Ali Bokas may have been successful.
Correct.
Unconfirmed.
Unconfirmed, but that would put the UNC at 4, so we'll still be with. We would be looking to Taruba as well. Again, though, I will say the Marishaw brand for the PNM in Marabella West. Any major change in numbers means that they have and would have, they would have certainly put what they would consider to be their best foot.
Best foot forward.
You know, especially in terms of what it means in the PNM as an institution. And so any change that we see there, you know. We have joining us here today the Point of Care branch of the OWTU, who are at the UNC headquarters with us, and that is very interesting because, you know, the country witnessed what happened with Petrotrin. We've also witnessed the dishonesty that took place from 2018 until 2023.
Sorry? Put up. We're getting some Taruba news.
Where? Well, we'll wait for those confirmations.
We'll wait for the
confirmation. So
that would be well, fair enough. At least, but I mean, you know, I mean, of course, in elections we celebrate our victories, but we have to take heart in our disappointments and look for the positives going forward. One interesting result, and I don't know if you have a comment in it, is that Mr. Fish was able to retain his seat for the PNM in Arima.
I mean, look, I wouldn't pull that as a trend, right? Because Fish was a PNM activist, became a UNC candidate, and went back. I will say though, what we would have needed to see was what happened with Marcus Gadari. And if it was replicated, then we could consider it a trend. But I think
the party has to take heart in that defeat over Marcus Gadari.
And I think, you know, in the post-election analysis, one of the things that certainly would be high up for consideration is the PNM strategy of trying to. I will use loosely, and Kyle as an attorney, you will know that I'm casting no allegations, but I'm just using it colloquially by over UNC persons and bring them into their spaces. And so, I mean, it was an interesting tactic. It is one that no one really who exists in the political space would believe is something that is workable, but they really did commit it, and
well, it seems not to have fool the electorate. You can perhaps fool the candidate, but you can't fool the electorate. And I think the electorate has seen through those devices, those machinations.
Correct.
And they've held the seat. The seat is a United National Congress seat, and regardless of Mr. Gadari's fluctuations in loyalty, let's put it like that, he has not been able to take that seat from the United National Congress, and that augurs well for the party. It augurs well for a run to general election, which is perhaps something we could talk about. How important are these results looking now to the future towards general elections?
Again, we as a party will do our analysis. We will put the things in place. Certainly, we would be looking at what worked We will be assessing what could have worked better, and we will go forward. But the United National Congress has been on an election footing from the jump, and so as we continue to be in those spaces, when the PNM felt as if they had stumbled upon an election strategy of an August election. No doubt the Prime Minister would have felt comfortable with the date of August 14th, given what happened on August 10th. I think they're also feeling the ramifications of the absence of COVID-19 and that space. And so without COVID-19 to talk about, you've realized that they've fallen flat on lines and propaganda. So it will be certainly an interesting budget debate. It will also be very interesting because on the local government narrative, on that campaign that the PNM mounted, they did speak about increased resources for local government. They did speak about increasing the focus on service delivery in local government. It'll be very interesting to see what I assume would be a reversal on that point of view, because they are still the party in control of the purses.
Correct. Yeah.
They are still.
And that's an important point. Under the current system, central government still pulls the purse strings or fills the loins of the local government space, the local government architecture. So the government is able to manipulate resources in order to feed their corporations, while under resourcing corporations that politically may go against them. And despite that, the UNC has held on to the corporations, held on to their strong seats, and made inroads into the payment. I think that is the takeaway that we have to keep.
And certainly, when on the question of resource allocation, and as we, like I said, are set on the cusp of a budget debate, we are looking at the fact that they do allocate the money and then they just don't release it. They will not release the money. And so we are stuck in a cycle of promises being made and not being kept. And again, certainly the PNM is facing the ramifications of years of inefficiency.
And that is perhaps the only reform that we should have in local government, that when you allocate or promise funds, it should not be difficult for the corporations to access them so that they could perform and do the things that are necessary to deliver service to the constituents. And I think the population is seeing through the shenanigans of the People's National Movement, seeing through these devices and tactics, and coming firmly in support of the United National Congress.
Certainly.
Of course, that is not to be overly optimistic. We do still have work to do to get a general election, but I am heartened by what I am seeing here today, certainly.
Yes.
Any confirmed results, Archie and Itaruba?
Nothing surprising. Normal seats. Henry Awong.
But I mean, while it may not be surprising, Mr. Archie, I would like to announce the winner of Henry Awong. That is my counselor. I mean, literally, he is. I am a resident of Piparo, and so I would like to announce the winner of Henry Awong for the Piparo San Pedro Tabaquite, Piparo Tabaquite.
Let's get the official card up so that we can have an announcement.
Yes, and that team has worked extraordinarily hard. The PNM, brought in the candidate, Simonetta Williams. I again, as a voter in that space, we got so many sponsored social media ads. I do know a significant amount of money was spent on that campaign. But again, the United National Congress, while the Tabaquite space, the Piparo, San Pedro Tabaquite district and local government has solidly stood with the United National Congress, I do believe we as representatives also solidly stand with all of the persons who exist within these spaces, and we will continue to do so. So we are looking at a local government stalwart.
There you have it, Anita. You drum roll, please.
Thank you for allowing me this indulgence, Mr. Archie. But yes, I would like to congratulate Henry on yet another victory.
Yeah.
Again, because I am very familiar with his team, I also want to congratulate his entire team. Miss Maria Pear, who was his campaign manager, is a field officer and has been doing exceptional work at the constituency level. So I want to congratulate his entire team as well, because they did not take it for granted about being any safe UNC space. They did genuinely put in a lot of work to ensure these results here tonight.
And that's an important point you make, Anita, because while the population overseeing another...
Yes, Mrs. Balmati Gosain, also in the Kuva Tabaki Talpar Regional Corporation, with a significant win. Yes, a very significant win. Again, while it is not surprising, what we are looking at is where the UNC where we have been strong before, we seem to just be getting stronger.
Yes, agreed. And you were making a point about congratulating the team. So often the population may only see the face of the candidates, but the way that a party and an organization works, it is the people who are often, I know you would have worked behind the scenes for many years, Anita,
many years.
and many of us have worked behind the scenes, but the team is important, and the persons who give support towards the candidates who are brave enough to put themselves up are also important, because ultimately that's how a campaign is run. It's a team effort.
Certainly. We have another
disappointing one. Well, okay.
Another stalwart. Mr. Alan Taxi Sipasad.
No surprise there.
No surprise. Again, I don't know if we have the results for the Roystonia space, because there has been a new space in the Kuva Tabaki Talparo Corporation. Yeah. We had a new candidate running, and so we'd be interested to see those results as well. Yeah. I just want to take a moment while we wait for more results to just speak about the importance of local government and the importance of casting your civic duty. I mean, time and time when we have been canvassing and looking at the and trying to do the walkabouts, making sure we get people engaged, people seem very much disengaged from the local government space. And as a representative at the constituency level now, so many of the needs that come to my office are needs that are under the local government space. Yeah. And we, if we take a look as a population, if we include our social studies, I know when I did the common entrance exam, social studies was a part of it, but that's long gone. And I think we do need to take a look at how we educate the population on the importance of local government, and why it's important to come out and vote.
Agreed. I think there has been some alienation, especially the younger generation. I mean, I would say the Instagram/TikTok generation. They are somewhat disengaged and alienated from the political discourse, discussing issues, discussing reform, legislation, local government delivery. I think a lot of young people don't even know how local government works. They just think that, those are the persons who take the garbage away and fix some bridges. But it's really a service, and understanding the governance process is something that you should learn both from your formal education, but certainly from your informal education by joining political parties, getting involved in campaigns, candidates, learning the process so that you can make a better contribution as a citizen and towards your democracy, which of course must always be guarded.
Certainly, and as a person who entered the political arena at a relatively young age, I also always like to encourage persons to get involved. Change begins with you. It begins at a community level. It begins with taking an interest in what national development means to you. And I think that age group that is entering the 30+ arena in this year, that it is really important that those of us in that 30 to 45 age group take a good look at Trinidad and Tobago and decide what type of Trinidad and Tobago we would like to see, and what are we willing to work and do towards creating that space.
All right, so I'll hand it back over.
Yes, and
all right, Miss Haynes, how are you?
Very well, thank you. And as we sit here in our blue and yellow, looking very much like the accommodation. Looking good.
Pleasant good evening to you and to all the good folks who are joining us. We have something from Palmis Hermitage.
Palmis Hermitage. This is in the Penal Debe Regional Corporation.
Yes. Robin Ramsawak, 1,675 to Nyla Stevens.
And Robin is a new candidate.
630. He is.
Yes, so we would congratulate him on taking that leap into public life. We wish him the best of luck. Again, as we take a look, we are seeing that there are a number of new faces coming into the local government arena on the side of the United National Congress. Interestingly, as you would know, I did a significant amount of walking in the Sangre Grande Regional Corporation.
Oh yes.
And we are getting the Cooper
West
this is
Roystonia.
a new space. And this is a final result, so we want to congratulate Ms. Vanessa Kusi, a new candidate, a person who, as you would know, faced very grave difficulty with the pariah diverse situation, and made a choice that I really want to applaud, which is coming into the life of public service to say this is how I'm going to or willing to make any difference. And so congratulations.
That says a lot. So she's definitely clinched it for the United National Congress, 1,722 compared to Lenice Burnett Packett for the PNM 1,649. That says a lot. And of course that battle is the Cuba Tabaki Talpower Regional Corporation.
Again, I don't think the PNM has crossed 1,000 in any of the other seats, and so we knew they were doing so. There was some interesting boundary spacing, boundary lines here.
I think that's putting it nicely. I mean, compared to some of the allegations that are laid out for this evening, especially in Sangre Grande, as far as inducements and trying to get people with hampers and of course food cards and all of these things, and it makes you wonder. Here it is, you're talking about a party that, a government that was talking about local government reform, and yet still that didn't seem to come across or connect with the people, because I guess they just simply did not buy into it. They figured that if you wanted to do all of these things, you had the opportunity, you can do it, you don't need anything else. When are you going to actually start serving and delivering to the people? So, I mean, that this says quite a lot.
I have said it many times that the PNM has remained a political institution that is, they do everything in their power to win an election, and then they do nothing in their actual power to govern. We've seen it time and time again. Just before you stepped in, I made an urgent plea to persons in the 30 to 45 age group to take a real interest in development of Trinidad and Tobago. Still, as we kind of close our ears to the propaganda and focus on the policies, because these policies are going to govern our nation for the rest of our lives. And if we are not making ourselves a significant part of the decision-making table, if we are not using every opportunity we have, which includes the opportunity to vote, we are doing ourselves a disservice.
Yeah, and I don't know, Technical Director Archie, I don't know if it's possible that what was played earlier on with the political leader, if it could be played again, because many people have been saying that they didn't hear it properly, as well as there's a lot of complaints as far as those trolls that have been attacking many of the people.
It's going so fast, I can't see.
Yeah.
I mean, I will say this though. I wouldn't hurt my head too much with trolls, because if this is where you are spending your time, we do thank you for your viewership and your engagement.
Yeah, definitely. I mean, but the most vile and filthiest things that they're saying, and this reflects definitely on the leadership of the PNM and the people who would want to support them. And we are dealing with the fact of the matter that people came out and they're sending more than just a clear message. I believe it's a referendum to the point that, listen, we know this was just about property tax. This had nothing to do with infrastructure, garbage collection, securing our communities, securing our families, maintaining our grounds. This had nothing to do with it. I think they saw right through it, and they believe now that this government does not have the will and definitely does not have made any of this a priority to serve us as a country. And I think that's basically in a nutshell.
Absolutely. And as you know, we discuss things like property tax. When you are discussing taxation forms part of a social contract, where you as a citizen, you do your civic duty, you pay your taxes, you try to do the right things. But from government, you expect certain things. That is what is required within a social contract. You need things like proper infrastructure, proper healthcare, the security of the nation, investment in education. I mean, with the taxes that we are already putting into the system, we are not seeing any of those things. So why would we believe that a new tax will make a difference? The difference, I've said it time and time again, we do not have a resource problem. We have a management problem. And so what you do with the resources that you do have is what we can assess as a population. So when you take stock of the People's National Movement, when you take stock of their space in government, the question you have to ask yourself as a citizen is, what have they done with what they have, and not what they will do with what they might get. I mean, that's too many variables to discuss.
Yeah, and I think basically too that you know, what's important as far as even looking at when the dust has settled is the collection of data. I think it's very, very important that we not lose sight of that, especially in areas where the UNC may have fallen by 50 or 100 or even less than that. I think that we need to stay in those areas. If we need to have somebody as a shadow representative and look at that data very carefully, assess it, and see exactly where it is that we can make the conversion, because the food card is going to finish, the hamper is going to be empty soon, and all the promises that may have been used as an inducement for many of these people are simply not going to materialize. So they are going to be left, of course, totally out there, not being governed, not being taken care of. And I think this is where we have to look at and build on that. That data is very, very important moving forward.
Certainly, and I think that we as a nation have to get out of the mindset of what do we need to do to survive and move to a space of what are we doing to thrive? How are we including things like entrepreneurial development? How are we including things like creating spaces where persons are not just workers but they are employers? What are we doing with our resources to maximize our space in Trinidad and Tobago? I think that the PNM has done the nation a disservice with their management over the last 8 years. I think that you know, as the shadow for education, when we look at what has been done in the education sector, you know, we have been seeing a significant decline, and as I said just before you came back as well, in the absence of COVID-19 pandemic line of conversation, the PNM has been left wanting. They have shown that without the crutch of COVID-19, they are unable to make excuses for their inefficiency, and the population certainly is extremely exhausted by the excuses. Yeah,
I agree with you 100%. So we're going to play that clip from earlier on with the UNC political leader. And those of you now joining us, we are live at the Chaguanas headquarters of the United National Congress, and it's all about election results, local government election results 2023. Archie, you want to go ahead?
About to announce we have won the Superior Borough Corporation. We have won the Penal Davie Corporation. We have won the Princestown Corporation. We have won the Kuva Tabaki Talparo Corporation. We have won the Chaguanas Borough Corporation. We have made inroads in Tunapuna. We have made inroads in Arima and Diego Martin. We we have won the battleground regional corporation of Sangre Grande with an additional seat. And we have won. Thank you. That's it. Do I need to say anything more? Yeah, come behind me.
And that, of course, was earlier on with the UNC political leader, Kamala Persad-Bissessar. And we have some more results that came in, so Archie will give you a chance there to get it up on the screen, and we can focus on that as well. And of course, getting back to what you were saying, I mean, there's so many factors that need to be looked at and hopefully implemented. I mean, there's a sense of hopelessness, especially among the young people in this country. And I think that in itself comes from this whole crime situation that we have here. We have so many of our young people, you being the shadow minister of education, that are graduating, but there's definitely no opportunity, no openings, and you know, any chance for many of them to even, you know, carve out a living. So that in itself tells you quite a lot.
Certainly, and again, you know, the Prime Minister sought to criticize the UNC's campaign, again, for focusing on national issues, but we focused on what matters most to the people of Trinidad and Tobago. When we say focus on, and we are looking at Lengua Indian War.
We have
is this our final result?
This is a final result.
So this is
25.
This is this has the PNM in the lead by 5 votes. Well, I mean, we are looking at a very slim margin in Lengua Indian War.
Yeah.
And certainly something that I'm sure will engage the attention of the UNC attorneys in Lengua Indian War with a 5. Sorry, now Lengua Indian War is a significant space. In the 2019 local government campaign, we had Rajesh Lal coming in and flipping that seat from the PNM. This is our seat that we have always been focused on. The margin of 5 is something that you know, again, would be extremely interesting.
So we're looking at St. Julian, Princestown North, correct. And we have Lakshmi Ramdan at 1,691. To Antoinette Hill 467.
Correct. And just for the information of the population, the Princestown Regional Corporation comprises the seats of Naparima, Princestown, and Maruga Tableland.
Right.
The Princestown Regional Corporation, therefore the Lengua Indian War seat will certainly be something that will engage our attention, since there's a significant portion in the Maruga seat, which is a marginal seat.
So we look at is this final as well?
Well, yes.
This is final. What a blowout here.
Correct.
The new Grant Tableland. Gauri Rupnarayan.
Again, another
seasoned,
very seasoned candidate.
2,306.
Additionally, a chairman with a service delivery, you know, considering the limited resources that are released to these corporations, a significant amount of service delivery from the Princestown Regional Corporation. Again, as we look to the numbers, we will be very interested again to see what these final numbers are looking like. Yeah,
very, very, very interesting at real. So again, New Grand Tableland, Gauri Rupnarayan 2,306 to Kevin So of the PNM 500, and that says quite a lot. Yeah, quite a lot. And we have a lot of other results, of course. As things come in, we're going to share it with you. We now have Ecclesville. This is in the Mayaru Regional Corporation. We have Shafiq Mohammed coming in again with a significant win. The Mayaru Regional Corporation has also managed to be a fortress for the UNC. The corporation itself had implemented a COVID-19 strategy plan in space, which I think worked very well. There's been a significant amount of service delivery within the Mayaru space, and again an efficient use of limited releases. And we again congratulate
members of the Mayara Regional Corporation.
So-
And again, as the results come in, I think we will see very, very few changes there. You'd also remember, well, November last year when we saw the collapse of the Manzanilla Road.
Yes, I think that.
And then we saw the refurbishment and the collapse again in a short space of time. So, you know, there is a question, there is propaganda on one hand, and then there is actual service delivery on the other hand.
Yeah,
and again, the PNM has been
I think that's the facts of the matter. I mean, there are people who definitely have reached a point where, listen, we are definitely not being serviced here, and even the basic fundamental things that have been spoken about in this whole reform, which this government could have put in place a long time ago, was never made a priority. And in words of the Prime Minister, the infrastructure with all these potholes and craters, I shouldn't say potholes, but these craters, where it seems as though when you do fall in one, you end up in some other geographical location, that tells you quite a lot that was not made a priority. So you're right, going back to your point as far as the issues that the PNM believe that we should not have focus on, but if it was never made a priority to begin with, then it will remain an issue, whether it be education, whether it be healthcare, whether it be crime, whether it be infrastructure, and I think this is the beginning.
And we will take I want to again focus on the question of securing our communities. We are getting the results for Barrackpore West. Oh, is this our final result?
Yeah, no surprise here.
Well, I mean, it's a little surprising that, you know, for the party in government to only secure 37 votes.
That says
I
something.
would say that that is something, you know.
Some may still consider that too much.
Well, it certainly isn't enough to get your deposit back.
Yeah.
I can tell you that. So the PNM, again, as the party in power, I hope at least be fielding the deposit for the candidate and not depending on Mr. Rampersad.
Not a good day for Shelby Subrim Rampersad at all.
At all.
Not a good day. No.
Again, the Barrackpore West falls in the Penal Davie Regional Corporation. The Penal Davie Regional Corporation has also had the distinction where the PNM do not even get an alderman. All the persons are granted, the numbers are granted based on proportional representation. Laws that the United National Congress led People's Partnership would have passed between 2010 and 2015. This allows where, you know, when people say to you that your vote does not seem to matter, in the proportional representation space, your vote certainly matters. Each number is counted, and I don't know that the 37 that Mr. Rampersad got will count for much. So.
And I think that's the reality of it, you know. But I think the one of the best focus that we can look at here is the inroads that have been made, and I think that says quite a lot. We're now seeing Pura Page.
Yes, we are seeing
Jalen Rupnarang.
Correct.
2,462. To Neela Maraj, the PNM 891.
And I do want to take this opportunity to congratulate Jalen Rupnarang.
Right.
Jalen is also our minority leader in the corporation. She's also faced some difficult personal times with her father passing away.
So condolences to her, of course, on behalf of everyone here.
Correct, to her and her family, but also, again, an exceptional showing of public service and a commitment to public service. That she did have a well-run campaign.
Very well run.
Certainly difficult personal times.
Yeah, and she's a fighter. I mean, definitely, she's a fighter. And I mean, I can see the same for you as well. You are definitely a woman who have shown that mettle as far as getting out there and not backing down. We've seen it also with Marsha Walker. You know, and again, I want to applaud each and every one, but especially the women of this campaign who are basically the backbone. In Arima, you have Flora, who's a hard fighter, and even in the NTA. So to woman power goes a long way, and I tip my hats off to each and every one of you.
And as we speak about women
power,
timely as ever,
yes.
It's giving us the result for Seema in Valsay and St. Joseph, you know, securing a win.
Yeah.
Seema's also been an exceptionally hard worker in that Tunapuna Regional Corporation. These numbers again will be instructive and for what we are looking forward to in St. Joseph. You would recall St. Joseph had a margin of about 800 thereabouts in the general election. We will be looking towards our Tunapuna Regional Corporation representatives to assist us in making, the space, a UNC space come in 2025 or before general election.
Yeah. But and looking outside of everything that we're discussing here, and I want us to cover as well, what sort of internal backlash in the PNM would you expect? I mean, because with these results that are coming in, it's quite clear that many would look at, before I say anything, Rochard Barrackpore East, Kenweti Chulan, 2,541, to Suzanne Denise Joseph of the PNM, 86.
Again, another deposit
that will be lost. I mean, I'm certain that looking at this, the rank and file of the PNM would definitely have to come to a conclusion that the political leader is a political liability. And if anything has to be played out, what do you expect as far as any backlash or just simply business as usual?
I think the PNM will adopt a policy that they remain the government tomorrow. I think that they will play off against the numbers. I think they will become much more aggressive in their withholding of resources in certain spaces and the allocating of resources in other spaces. I do not expect an honest assessment. We did not get it in 2019. We haven't gotten it since 2020, and I don't anticipate that 2023 will be any different. I think as well, the PNM has not been able to assess why they get changes in support, and the fact of the matter is, coming out of 8 years of governance, I really don't know what excuse you will make. It stretches my political imagination to guess where they would be going.
Yeah, but you did say that, of course, there would be some sense of desperation. And of course, with desperation, there could also be a sort of undertone of danger. Just how dangerous is that going to be is something that we have to look at seriously, because if definitely these results are not in their favor, and so can we expect anything to take place? And when I mean anything, everything, including the political kitchen sink, that is going to be thrown out for the general election.
Absolutely. Again, without the crutch of the COVID-19 pandemic, the PNM will be required to depend on their delivery, on their service delivery, on their performance. That is something that we would be looking at going forward in the general election, and something that they can't stand behind. Again, when Kyle was here, we were discussing the strategy of persons who switched from the UNC to the PNM, and it seemed to be something that they were very willing to implement for local government, and we'll see how that desperation transfers over. I think that narrative of how you look at persons who one day carried a UNC message and the very next day carried a PNL message. I mean, personally, I didn't think it was ever going to be a strategy that would work, but certainly you can see now.
Yeah. But again, I think the electorate has come to a point of some sense of political maturity, and the promises that have been made so much in the past. I think they've been 8 years. Delivery has not been forthcoming. Service for sure, and uncaring. So I think that they realize that, listen, not much can be expected from this current administration.
Agreed. And I do want to talk about the strategy of the PNM to do reinvention, or how they attempt to reinvent themselves. In the Sangre Grande Regional Corporation, they fielded all new candidates.
Yeah.
And so they did attempt to reinvent themselves in Sangre Grande. And the electorate in that corporation realized that they are giving us more or less the same. Pardon? Huh? Would you? So I would appreciate it shortly. I mean, one of most people wouldn't know, but all throughout my high school career, in my report book, I got Anita likes to talk too much. So,
I think
well
that
in my strength.
That's a prerequisite for this position.
Yes, but you can't come in.
Yeah, so Keel Tak Singh is going to come back and join me here, folks. So for a very short while. So.
Yes, and I hear the collective sigh as Miss Haynes comes out. Well,
thank you so much. Anita Haynes was
articulate,
very articulate,
brilliant,
expanding on so many of the issues here.
Really, she's off air, so we could say it secretly. Really, a strong person for the future of our party. One of the future leaders, I would say.
Yeah, and I had to tip my hat off to the women of this campaign and to the UNC. I mean, when you look at Senator Jolene John, deputy political leader as well, the work that's being done. We just saw the results coming in for Jalen Rubnarai. And she's had some challenging times, but she has been out there doing what has to be done. Flora and Arima and so many people.
I don't think anybody in the country has walked as much as Miss John.
Yeah.
I think she has walked every single square mile of this country. And not only just walking, sometimes you see candidates walking and waving. Miss John haven't struggled to keep up with her in some walks. She speaks to people. She holds their hand, she talks to them. It's almost as if she's pulling you across. Come across to the UNC, come across to the UNC.
Yeah.
So really good hard work by Miss John. Miss Haynes is another one, really strong.
Very strong.
Walks, speaks to people, takes the time, argues, articulates with them. So those are very strong persons in the party. And the results are showing it to some extent, I would say.
I agree with you 100%. One of the things I did mention to her, and I think I should mention to you as well, is that, after the dust has settled, that data gathering that we have as far as all the stats and all the information is something that has to be built upon.
Yes.
I mean, you're seeing such a very close gap in the areas that the UNC may have fallen short, and I think that is something not to be taken lightly or taken for granted. We must now look at the fact that where we can have a conversion and work with that curve and get those people, because as I said, the hampers are going to get empty, the food cards are going to dry up, and the promises are not going to materialize. So if it is that these people had bought into that and this is what drove them to the polls, I think for a general they're going to be a lot more interesting in doing something that is going to bring about some sense of value for themselves and their community. So this is something we have to work on, is as far as that gathering of information that we've gathered during this campaign.
Well, I think you have to analyze it from the point of view that the PNM is in power.
Yeah.
They control central government.
Right.
And if you aren't able to use central government, use your legislative powers, use your executive powers, use your budgetary powers to gain ground in the population, then you're really a government that is clinging on to power as opposed to governing. You're simply clinging on to power. So maybe the time has come when they look at these results. If they were a honest and genuine political entity, they would try to seek a fresh mandate from the population.
And I agree with you 100%. But again, what is up for grabs? And I think that is something that they're quite afraid of. So we're looking at Glencoe, Goodwood, La Puerta, and this is final. This is final. Marshall Walker. This is final. Marshall Walker.
Archie, this is final.
Yeah, final. Marshall Walker, unfortunately, $7.99.
Really hard.
To Amber Keynes, 1,132. Again, a hard-fought battle. She's in the backyard of the Prime Minister, Diego Martin West, and to accomplish that is no easy feat. And I want to say hats off to her. She has nothing to be ashamed of. She can hold her head up high. Getting on, let's say 800 votes is not easy in an area, of course, that has been labeled and always deemed that of a PNM stronghold. She was able to get in there and wrestle and muster up 800 votes. So hats off to Marshall Walker. And again, this is the kind of data that we need to build on and to look at it because it's not such a wide gap. La Fortune Dibe North, I believe this is final as well. It is, and Krishna Siprasad Singh, 2,143. Dr. Judy Sugdeo of the PNM 157, and this is above the Penal Dibe Regional Corporation. So hats off to Krishna Sipasad Singh, clinching it for the United National Congress. So folks, we are here live at the UNC headquarters in Chaguanas, bringing you the results as they come to us. We're sharing it with you, and it's all about the results of the local government elections 2023. Yeah.
Lively buzz here.
Lively buzz.
Here
Yes.
at the campaign office.
Oh, Dibe East, Esperance. We have Mohini Rupnarine.
Another blowout.
Another blowout, 1,905 to Emmanuel Gopal of the PNM,
That's the final,
764. That is the final. Again, Penal Dibe Regional Corporation. So, Mohini Ramnarine clinching it, bringing it home for the United National Congress.
Yeah, and I mean, it looks, of course, you don't want to be too premature, but it looks as though it's going to be a 7-7 again, which I think is a good sign. Obviously, it may not have been what the party may have wanted. Of course, every party wants to win every corporation.
Of course.
Every party wants to win every corporation. But 7-7 is a good sign, given that we are out of power, given that we don't have the kind of resources.
Yeah.
It means that our supporters and the population has continued to repose some trust and faith in the United National Congress. We will look at the figures. For instance, I would suggest, I'm not an electoral tactician or a statistician, but maybe the party needs to look at Arima as a potential winner for the party.
Yes.
Given the impressive numbers that we've seen there. While we've not picked up a seat, we've seen some impressive numbers there, and that should be good. I understand, I don't know if I saw it off camera, actually the table land seat. What was it? It came in.
Yes.
Is it final? What is the final? Yeah, pull it up again. I believe from the TASA and the party, yes, we can see the cameras, the political leader, or is that just a music sign that I saw? Seems to be just a rhythm section.
Yeah, that's how they're picking up and
some rhythm happening here at the party headquarters. Actually, I know you probably have a secret camera at the Balize house, but no need to go to it, because I'm sure that political headquarters is depressed tonight. They would be sad, because I'm sure they would consider this to be a loss. So taking in some scenes here outside of the headquarters.
yeah.
So as we continue to mellow, I think the
And
dust is settling a bit now. It seems to be a 7-7. Seems to be 7-7, and we await the word of the NATEX political leader on how we will position this result.
Well, I can say a lot of inroads were made. And I think that says quite a lot. Again, the information coming out of this is not one that we should take for granted. And I agree with you fully. There are some areas that show the potential that we can grow, expand, and be victorious come 2025 or even before, when the general elections is called.
And I think it's becoming more and more clear to the population. Things about Trinidadians, sometimes we can be a bit stubborn, but it's becoming more and more clear to our population that the PNM is really failing at governance. They have failed to combat crime, they failed to turn around our economy, they failed to reform our education system, they failed to reform our criminal justice system. They have failed in so many areas, delivering social services. They failed in infrastructure. They failed to manage our economy. My eyes glance on the former workers of Petrotrin there. They failed the ministry, the workers, the ordinary workers. And so with all of those failures, I think the population has to realize, at least when we come to the general, that we need to reject this government outright.
Yeah.
Outright. We need to reject them outright and come home with a much more resounding victory than a 7-7.
I agree with you 100%.
Yeah. And that is where I think we have to go. Actually, you have that figure, that Indian one. That was, you sure that was the final figure?
Yeah.
That was the final.
If I'm not mistaken, that was the final.
That's very interesting, isn't it?
There it is, yeah.
This is New Grant.
New Grand Table, Anna.
This is our result, Gaurav Narayan winning convincingly. The rhythm is pumping. Yeah, you wanna come on? Yes.
What do we have? I'm joined once again by St. Augustine MP and Shadow Minister of Local Government, Khadija Amin. It's good to have you back, Khadija. Well, a lot has taken place since you were on here earlier, so what's the feeling like?
I think congratulations are in order for the leader of the United National Congress, the Honorable Kamala Persad-Bissessar. It is clear that the UNC has won in this elections. The UNC has won a number of seats that we did not have before. The UNC has retained all the seats that they had before, but we also made inroads, significant inroads into areas where we do not traditionally win. What is also interesting is that some of those seats fall in seats that are considered marginal for the general election.
Yes.
And so it is very telling that the next general election, once the trend continues, this country's government could switch hands. I can tell you right now we are waiting for final results from some of the seats in Tunapuna region. We have reports of the Santa Margarita area where we have Peter Nero in Santa Margarita losing by a very small margin, either 1 or 3 votes or something like that. Again, we are waiting for final results, but that is significant. We won that seat in 2010. We have not won that seat after 2010. And it speaks of volumes in terms of Tunapuna constituency as a marginal constituency that could make a difference in government. In the Orzonville area, Orzonville is one of those seats I think we lost by 900 votes on the last occasion. Our candidate there, Miguel Lakshman, has been a fantastic candidate on the ground. Orzonville, Tunapuna is considered to be the PNM's stronghold in Tunapuna. Clearly, Miguel Lakshman has proven that to be wrong. I think he lost by less than 100 votes from the preliminary results. We will be looking at these seats to see if we will have recounts. But I think congratulations are in order for Miguel Lakshman. We also have this Blancheshire Santa Rosa seat where Sherry Smith lost by about 80 votes again. In that seat, the UNC was lost by more than 600 votes on the last occasion. Sherry Smith clearly made inroads, and we say congratulations to her. That seat, of course, is part of the Arima constituency, and it tells us that Penny might be in trouble. The Blancheshires area, the Santa Rosa area, Maturita, Pinto Road area, and so on. those are areas that were considered traditional PNM areas. So I want to say congratulations to Sherry Smith there in Blanchisseuse. We also have the Five Rivers seat. Five Rivers is a seat that we won in 2010. We have not won again, but I understand the margin there is less than 100 in terms of difference. Jamie Hussein is a homegrown candidate. She's from Five Rivers. She has done really well. And I want to say congratulations to her. Once again, we have made inroads, significant inroads there. I saw the results for Macoya Trin City. Macoya Trin City has an NTA candidate, and from my observations of what the NTA candidate got and what the PNM candidate got, they made significant inroads there. They got 1,430 votes and the PNM got 2,260 votes, and they have closed the margin there in terms of what the UNC would have gotten before. Ryan Ramsewak was the candidate there, and I think he did a fantastic job along with the members of the NTA led by Mr. Gary Griffith. So we say congratulations to him. We are waiting for some more results, but from what I am seeing in Tunapuna Piako, Five Rivers, I have confirmation here, they lost by 49 votes.
Yeah, wow, that is close. Yeah, that is close.
So we have those results coming in. We have Maracas, Santa Margarita, where the UNC got 1,673 votes, PNM 1,714, and the PEP 162. So we have again very close result, and some of these we will have. We must say it is credit to our candidates and their ground effort. I think our leader led a very grounded campaign, and so we see the results coming in. I want to say congratulations to Seema Ramsaran, our candidate in Valsayn St. Joseph. The UNC, our candidate, got 2,458 votes, while the PNM got 1,576 votes. Seema Ramsaran is the councillor for Valsayn St. Joseph, returning. That includes the Bamboo and St. Augustine, Valsayn South areas and so on. Those areas, you recall, were devastated by flooding.
Yes.
Seema Ramsaran has been an excellent representative in that area, and clearly the constituents showed confidence in her. So I want to say congratulations to her. We're getting some more results, but we are hearing the rhythm section outside.
Yes, it's very active outside. Many of our supporters have gathered out there. Perhaps we can, is it possible actually we can take a view of what's happening on the outside? Oh, okay, all right.
Yes, I think it's good for us to stay away from the noise so we can clearly cover the results. We have some more candidates here. We are seeing in Curab Page, we have Jalen Ruknarine,
yes,
where the UNC got 2,462 votes and the PNM only got 891 votes. So more than double. So we congratulate Jalen Ruknarine in Curab Page. We also have Kelly Village, Warrenville. That is also a part of Tunapuna Piako Corporation. And the UNC got 3,414 votes and the PNM got 362 votes.
Yeah,
you know,
so
and that is
is
more than 10 times the number of votes. What is significant in this region is based on the number of votes that we have from the UNC and the PNM, we have proportional representation, and we will have the aldermen being awarded based on the number of votes coming from each political party. So seeing the increased number of votes, it will mean more in terms of the aldermen. Interestingly, in the last election, the UNC won 5 seats but got 2 out of the 4 aldermen. It means that in the last election in Tunapuna region, the UNC would have gotten close to half of the total number of votes overall. And I think that that is showing itself now, where we are pushing closer in terms of the margin. Yeah. So Blanchisseuse, Santa Rosa, we congratulate them. We also congratulate the Karapo district. In Karapo, there our candidate Chandrauti Sital. She also increased her margin there. We have Kurt in Wallafield, Lahoketa seat. Kurt Moore also increasing his votes there. We have in the
that says something, especially in that area.
We have in the this is the La Florissant area. We had an NTA candidate. We are waiting for the Lupino La Florissant. We are waiting for the totals from them. We have the Dabadi, Mausika Dabadi area. We have not gotten the total, but from the results that we saw, they made serious inroads once again there. We are waiting as more results come in, but I think we have some of the final results from the Pinal Debe region. I mean, the Pinal Debe remained very much in favor of the UNC. We consider that the fortress of the UNC. We have Kamla Prasad Bissasa's constituency covers a big part of that Pinal Debe. And so Pinal Debe remains the fortress of the UNC. And to me, we have retained that, and that is a good thing. So we will continue to get updates.
And I think Sangre Grande.
Cora Paradise Tacarigua. Cora Paradise Tacarigua is also one of those seats in Tunapuna constituency. So for local elections, that is a UNC held seat. We have retained that seat, but it falls in Tunapuna constituency.
I think what we're seeing here is the arrival of a political leader here at the headquarters in Chaguanas. UNC political leader Kamla Prasad Bisessa has arrived on the compound. Yeah, and you going to greet her? Yeah, I believe Miss Semi.
Yeah.
There's quite a lot of folks gathered around the vehicle.
Yes, the supporters are gathering.
There goes the rhythm section, yeah.
Out, surrounded by some of our MPs.
MPs, yes, and
the media.
Media and supporters as well.
And some supporters, yes.
She has made her way out to the vehicle and
Actually, the mic on? Come back here. Sub in, sub out.
Oh,
I
we are back.
don't know if you noticed the slight change as I don't know, as I try to situate this mic situation. Mikey, can you help me?
Sure. Let me. Where you headed? Before, right here. Okay. Oh, there you go.
Thank you very much. We now have the arrival of the political leader of the United National Congress. We await her address here tonight. I'm sure you, the UNC headquarters is certainly very much alive at the moment. I don't know what I missed in terms of the results because I spent quite some time doing a greet at the headquarters.
We had more of Khadija, of course, filling us into as far as a lot of inroads that the party would have made, and showing, of course, by connecting the political dots in those areas, these are constituencies that can swing in favor of the UNC. Arima being one of them on her list, and others. So again, I think we've started to look at the data, look at it carefully, and realize that the work that needs to be done, or anything to be built, will be built on that, but it is not that of a wide gap. So that says quite a lot.
Again, absolutely. I just want to take another moment to congratulate the team
Yes.
in Arima. I cannot stress enough the cohesiveness that I saw there. I saw how the candidates were received. I walked with Jazzy, and when I tell you, community oriented, and so I want to use this opportunity to encourage them to continue to do the good work that they have been doing. And the onus is on the United National Congress to continue to build at this time. We have seen again our corporations have held with a very strong showing. We have seen that the PNM has failed to make inroads in any UNC space, probably save and except for Princestown, and I assume that would be pending a recount.
Yes.
Because within a 5-vote margin, a recount is just good sense.
Yeah, I think so. I agree with you 100%. And with other political players that were in this race, it shows that they were totally not relevant to begin with. Based on these results, we see Peter Kanai, General Sec, is here, and so many people are now coming in to this area that is being occupied by us and other members of the media, and so there's an overflowing of supporters and media, as well as NATEX members and MPs. Oh yes, oh yes. Great.
And speaking of the work of the community, I also would like to compliment my colleague Vandana Mohan, who did a significant amount of work within the Chaguanas East space, where we have some new candidates coming Brenda John. Victory party, very much so. Very good.
That's right, we voted throughout the campaign. Yellow is the code. And
Could you mind putting up the results for the two Chaguanas candidates, Miss Brenda John, so that we can and I want to make it clear here that, you know, with the inclusion of Mr. Rishi Sunak into the PNM fold, they thought that they would make a difference here.
so there you go.
And so we are again congratulating Miss Brenda John and Enterprise South, Londonville North, right, a new addition into the Chaguanas Corporation. And Mr. Justin Lee Stewart for Enterprise North. So we congratulate them. Yes, so again, I want to say a sincere congratulations to these two newcomers into the Chaguanas borough. I'm sure they will do extremely well.
Justin Lee Stewart.
Justin Lee Stewart, we congratulate him on a well-run campaign. Yeah, you wanna? No? Yes, so we are again very happy for the new faces coming into the political arena.
Mr. Stewart seems a bit shy.
And for the inclusion of more and more young persons, I wouldn't consider it shy. I will consider it tired. I remember my first campaign in 2020. The exhaustion on election night is something that can't be matched. All of the hard work for several weeks of campaigning, certainly a very grueling campaign and a long campaign in this local government space.
But I think victory takes away all the physical pain.
You would think that.
You know, but again, hats off to him and to all the winning candidates. Really good. Oh, we have a full house now. People have found their way inside the area here.
At this point in time.
There you go, Capital soon. How are you, my friend? And so many people, members of the media are still here covering what is taking place at the headquarters.
We are waiting.
In Chaguanas. She's on the compound, of course. We showed you that. She's here. The rhythm section is outside. The place is abuzz. It's alive with activity. And it is definitely something to celebrate, something to be proud of, and something where everyone can say that, you know, we pulled it off and we head now to a general election.
Certainly. The message of the UNC will remain the same. Let us work together to secure our communities. The questions of safety within our nation certainly remain high on priorities, first and foremost on the minds of citizens of Trinidad and Tobago. We understand that this is a local government election, but the United National Congress places such firm emphasis on representation that we intend to utilize the local government space to increase representation across the board for the citizens of Trinidad and Tobago.
Yes, indeed. Yes, indeed. And I think with this enthusiasm is going to carry us quite the distance. And I think this was the shot in the arm that the true patriots of this country needed to understand exactly what their role and purpose is. And I think the objective, of course, has been outlined quite clearly now, Anita, that it must be about getting in and restoring good governance.
Certainly. Again, we are facing a space where Trinidad and Tobago has seen no improvement in the standard of living of anybody in this country. I think anybody who lives in real Trinidad and Tobago cost of living is on the increase. The cost of keeping yourself safe has also been on the increase. The standard of living and the quality of life, I mean, we have been in what can only be considered a survival mode for the past few years.
I've also gotten word that Deputy Political Leader Rudal Monilat is making his way here as we speak, so he's going to be joining us soon. And other members, of course, of NATEX and the MPs.
Yes. I don't know if any other results have come in. Mr. Archie? Nothing yet? Nothing? Yes, so, you know, as we stand by, I know we have certainly declared 7 of the corporations for the United National Congress. We await some more results. We await some final numbers. Were there any final numbers for the Marabella West seat?
Marabella West seat, do we have the final numbers?
No. Okay.
Nice.
Right.
So UNC has stopped that, so which is good.
Again, I again would want to reiterate, while we had 2 political newcomers in the space of Marabella West with John Michael Alibukas and the Miss Mary Shaw. The Mary Shaw family has been a significant PNM family in the Marabella West space, so we want to use this opportunity to show the significant space that Mr. John Michael Alibukas would have covered to secure that win.
Yes.
Again, you know.
And of course, Vanessa Kusi, Couva West, Roystonia.
Absolutely, another newcomer.
Another newcomer, and of course, it meant quite a lot to her to be in this campaign, and for everyone who went out there and supported her.
Correct, and she's carrying a very important message.
Very
and
important
a message.
message.
That we will not forget what happened with the Paria divers, and I think that is a national message that we all must carry.
So at this time, I'm going to let Keel step in for me. I am going to take in some of the rhythm, and we'll be back, of course, to join Anita. And Keel, you can step on it.
Your 6-piece. Yeah, my 6-piece. Yeah, I do this with everything. Alright, scenes of activity here.
Certainly significant activity here right now.
MP starting to gather, supporters starting to gather. Very nice vibe, nice rhythm.
Correct.
Media anticipating the leader's address, I assume.
Yes.
I think all of the results are in now, and I think, Anita, it's more or less settled
At 7.
at 7 each. Yeah.
Yes. You know, again, the political pundits will do what they do over the next few weeks, but the policy makers certainly also have a very significant role to play in what we do moving forward. Again, across the board, politically, we will all be thinking about improving voter turnout. We will be thinking about increasing the enthusiasm, and we would be, again, very focused on running a policy-based campaign.
And that's what I think, that's the lesson that we have to take out of this experience. Politics is about losses, it's about wins, but more importantly, it's about learning from your mistakes.
Correct.
And learning from your victories, because you have to learn from all of your experiences. And I think with the right strategy, taking the data that we collect from this election, looking at the strong points and, steering into the weak points, the strategists of the party, NATEX, the leader herself, sit, analyze, and of course the supporters, because the supporters and the members of the party are the most important people in the political party.
Correct.
And they will have to take a strong look at what has happened here tonight and, guide the party along as we continue to move from strength to strength into a general election campaign. I mean, interestingly, I saw on last night, that a new party was launched in Tobago by Mr. Fali, and his call, of course, as well was for general election to call it now.
Absolutely.
And I think with this mandate, the voices in unison have to get this government to call an election and seek a fresh mandate from the population, because certainly they have not won a convincing victory here. Everybody may decide and declare different victories in different things, but certainly the PNM, one thing you can say is the PNM has nothing to celebrate about in my view.
Correct, and with being in full control of the resources of the state, on one hand, being in control of the affairs of the nation for 8 years and the majority of our independence years. We again, you know, it is a party that remains very full of excuses in terms of what they have done for the people of Trinidad and Tobago. I also think the politics of road patching on the cusp of the election is long gone. I think
that has been rejected.
Yeah, the dated political spaces that they found themselves occupying, talking about what is PNM country and what is not. I think, you know, that it has exhausted an already beleaguered population. Again, we are going into a budget space. Come early October, we will be again facing the discussions of the property tax and what it means for the people of Trinidad and Tobago, who have been seeing increased cost of living over the past few years, decreasing opportunities over the past few years, and now you're adding extra burdens. I really can't see that boding well for the People's National.
Well, I think one thing that is going to be put under the microscope is this local government narrative, local government reform narrative that the PNM has been spinning. It is clear that the population has rejected what they packaged to us as reform, what they packaged us as the PNM being some revolutionary party that has come along and offered great reform. And you know, it was a very weird campaign by the PNM, weird in the sense that you had the Prime Minister going back to the days about when they set up unit trusts and when they did this and when they did that, living in the past.
Correct.
You know, living in the past has been. Once you're incumbent, naturally you're going to do things. Some, very few may be positive, but for you to come in 2023 and boast us about you set up unit trusts way back when, and you set up you know, different things that are mainstay in our architecture here in our country is really hopeless. But it shows the population has lost faith in you to effect meaningful reform. I think that is what they should take away from that, and that is what the UNC should take away by essentially saying, look, we have convinced the population not to buy the PNM propaganda.
I mean, additionally, they are speaking to a population that is very worried about its own safety and security. That is looking on at a collapsing healthcare system, that is looking on at a collapsing education system, and then you are coming to talk about the abstract policy making of reform without telling us what are the day-to-day realities, what changes are we actually going to see, what positive effects are we going to see. And you know, without that, your conversation holds no water. You are bringing to forward concepts, but you are not showing any delivery to prove your concepts, and so that's what we would be facing. We'll be facing again a very abstract discussion when people are saying we want an action-focused discussion, and they are unable to do that.
It's been the UNC mantra for years. Performance beats old talk any day. Meeting your targets, meeting your deadlines beats propaganda any day.
Absolutely.
And it seems as though the PNM propaganda has not succeeded on this night, and nor will it ever succeed on any night.
And you know, when you think about what local government reform actually means, when the UNC says that we will use local government to assist in securing your communities and securing it, that is the essence of reform. That is taking local government to a level that it is contributing significantly to national development beyond just the cleaning of drains and the disposal of waste. You know, I think that is important, something that we do need to take away, especially when we focus on what we're building for the future of Trinidad and Tobago, because that is an important conversation that we need to have. Where is Trinidad and Tobago going? What lies in the future for our country? And what are we producing for our children and grandchildren? Because certainly after 30 plus years in politics, what is Keith Rowley saying to us that he has delivered?
And that's the point. When you really carefully scrutinize what the PNM is offering as reform, what is it? Property tax, change of name from corporation to borough. You know, very, very limited explanation, nothing really new. But instead what the UNC is talking, without maybe saying it, is devolution. It's essentially saying we are going to remove some of the responsibilities from central government and bring it to local government, such as securing schools, securing property, patrols, these types of things. And that is a devolution discourse which the UNC has been offering, has been bringing it to the population, and the population has bought into that to some extent by these results. They've rejected this airy-fairy PNM reform, all of this reform without actually saying what the reform is, having already passed some legislation which really makes very little to no difference to the political space or the local government space, which people really care about. They care about it.
Correct.
Because it's their services that are affected.
Absolutely. And if you look even just in the 1990s, this was they've mounted this campaign before. It's a really lazy politicking that you use the same campaign over and over. Come on. You know, I can't imagine that the PNM would have paid good money for the same campaign that they ran when Ken Valley was around. Look, at the end of the day, we are hoping that going forward in Trinidad and Tobago, that all political participants are offering the population something. We have a very discerning population. We have a population that is looking at what persons are offering and saying, what type of Trinidad and Tobago are we going to build? Where are we going from here? And what are we going to do? How are we going to become active participants in that? And again, we look towards the candidates, some of the candidates coming in. We just had the arrival of Mr. Justin Lee and Brenda John, who brought home their spaces in enterprise. And again, you know, I'm sure the PNM would have been targeting those areas very heavily as they have in previous elections. And these new candidates having an excellent showing, ably assisted by Ms. Bandano Moed, the MP for Chaguanas East.
It also shows that they I know you tread very carefully with your language, so I would say the grasshopper tactic, the Rishi Sukai in this instance, because that was clearly a political move designed to try and make inroads into the Chaguanas East space.
I think we will see over the coming weeks what happens to those who promised the PNM that they had something to offer by way of handicapping the UNC in some way, and that has been
delivered.
Very, very ineffective. Again, you know, that's not the type of politics that I would have ever subscribed to. I didn't really believe it was going to make any impact, but now others are seeing it as well. We are awaiting the address of the political leader. We are seeing the arrival of a number of my colleagues at the level of the parliament. We are seeing the arrival of members of the National Executive. We have had with us for the entire night the members of the OWTU,
very
the
impressive. I have
branch.
to say that,
We have seen the arrival of party supporters, and you know, and Kyle, I want to take this opportunity, you know, as a sitting member of parliament, as a person who has to be on all of these walkabouts, to say a sincere thank you to all of our activists, our street captains, our persons who have been working tirelessly. You know, we come in, we join the walkabouts, but the organization of the walkabouts, when you look at choosing the routes, the day-to-day canvassing, knocking on the doors, we depend on our activists, and they really have had an excellent showing here tonight. And you know, the thing is, the work continues tomorrow.
Yes.
The work continues tomorrow. We are celebrating here tonight, and everybody will get a good rest. But because you know, the UNC ran our Work Nation campaign in 2019, and we continue to do the work. You know, the work continues tomorrow. So, you know, to all our activists tuned in, those of you who may not be making your way here because you are a scattered fan, why, again, congratulations to you. Congratulations on the work that you've done. We continue on our membership drive on ensuring that we have registered members of the United National Congress, because while we are looking at what our impacts we make on national politics, what we do in terms of the building of our political institution in the United National Congress remains critical and remains the work of the active UNC member to do.
Yep, the membership, the parties, the structure, the party groups, down to the ordinary UNC supporter who may not be a member. And of course, I would encourage anybody who is a UNC supporter to come down to the head office, get your phones, become a member, get your forms, become a member, and ensure that you play an active role in the party. As long as you had a conversation with someone and try to convince them to vote for the PNM, that is you helping your country, helping your party, and helping the national discourse to turn the country towards the reform, towards the policies and practices that the UNC want to see in government. And all of that, I mean, one conversation or two conversations, Anita, can turn many people. Absolutely. And it is important that we continue to advocate and articulate the UNC message. I mean, it is clear, you could tell the difference between the two parties. We are concerned about your safety and security. The PNM is not, based on what they've said. We are concerned about the additional burdens such as property tax and other taxes that they may want to impose. The PNM is not. Yet, while justifying property tax and saying that it is urgently needed, they take this length of time to give you your legitimate tax refunds. And that was something that came up. And I don't understand. You want the population to contribute. If you understand the tax system, part of the tax system is getting your refunds on time. You want to have efficiency in taxation, all of this new reform of BIR and Revenue Authority, and yet look how long you take to process refunds, and then coincidentally, of course, you decide you want to give it out on the eve of an election.
It is a question with a lot of these things of political will with the execution, of how things are done. We are having the discussion of taxation, and I want to reiterate that there is such a thing as the social contract.
Yes.
That if you as a citizen are required to pay your taxes, are required to do the right thing within the country, then government is required to give you at the very least basic service delivery. We ought not to be having a conversation about what road needs to be paved. The paving of roads should be standard.
Yeah.
We ought not. I mean, I have had a number of calls from persons in the Pune district in my constituency for water. Now imagine, for a basic necessity like water, we have to be looking at engaging in protest action. It is not the politics of 2023. It's certainly not the politics of the future, where people have to be protesting and exercising that kind of space to get basic service delivery. We really have to move past that.
And that is the discourse I think shows up the lack of credibility of the PNM. You talk about reform, you talk about all this, what is it that Mr. Rawi says, plant machinery and all of this that you want to implement, but you're failing at basic services. You're failing at transport, both public transport and private transport, in the way you fix roads, etc. You're failing at water, you're failing at electricity, all of these things.
Speaking of Mr. Alwari, he may certainly be very concerned for his political career tonight. He is the sitting Minister of Local Government, and he is also the sitting Member of Parliament for San Fernando West and the movement in San Fernando. Again, very interesting. And so, again, Mr. Alwari may be very concerned for his political future at this point in time.
Well, I mean, we know about his track record as Attorney General. That has been determined even by his own political party. He was moved into local government on the assumption that he would bring some energy, social media or something to local government reform. That has now been rejected by the population. So where do you put him? In cricket you say that you put the weakest fielder at fine leg, but in the PNM you really have to find a few different fine legs to put the weakest fielder, because the catchers are coming and they're dropping them. Right? So that's the unfortunate thing. But as we say, we continue to await the political leader here.
Again, very interesting that you brought the cricketing analogy, since the Prime Minister did say he would be leaving this week to go to Barbados for 2 weeks, and he will be discussing cricket as part of his vacation. I wonder if he'll be rethinking his vacation at this time. It will be very interesting to see. Mikey K was speaking about what repercussions we may see within the People's National Movement over the next coming weeks. And so I would have brought up, certainly Faris Alwari as the Minister of Local Government, but what is also happening in Arima would be cause for concern with both Miss Penny Beckles and Lisa Maureen Julian, who really has as members of the PNM parliamentary arm, have been unable to put any significant showing at that level.
I guess now, I suppose that you will not be invited to Arima by Ms. Beckles, Anita, because your presence and the presence of some of the other MPs walking in there has certainly created an impact, has certainly caused shifts in the Arima. So we can definitely see that with some future exercises such as that, Arima seat could come back to the UNC. It was with the UNC in 2010, I think.
Certainly.
And the W O'Meara seat as well. Those are seats that could come to the UNC, and I think with these figures, I'm sure they've not started already. People like Mr. Kun Kun, who I know worked that campaign very hard in Arima. They're already looking at their figures, doing the analysis, and coming up with plans and policies.
I wonder, Mr. Archie, if we could get the Arima numbers so that we could remind persons who are now joining us, while we are aware of the 7-7 split. As it stands, we are very
finer points of the results.
Results. We have Jazzy here.
Look at that.
Oh, yes. And you know, again, such an excellent campaign. Excellent showing. I encourage him to hold his head up because of the significant amount of work. Another excellent candidate in Ryan Diaz. Again, excellent showing here in Arima West.
Striking distance. This is what you call striking distance.
Correct.
Yeah.
Right. In Tumpuna as well. Right. Again, another great show.
I think we are about to join.
We are going to join the head table as we prepare for the addresses of senior members of the United National Congress. Yes. Oh yes, this is Sheldon Garcia Fish, one of the political grasshoppers, I believe, as you call them.
Lucky grasshopper.
Well, one day here, another day somewhere else, apparently.
Deputy Leader John.
Correct, yes. Right. We welcome Deputy Political Leader Julian John to the UNC headquarters. Again, an extremely hard worker. Who has been across another senior member of the United National Congress who also worked in that Arima seat, the Sangre Grande seat, and all of these spaces. And again, really good trade. We have another very excellent showing here in Erin by Miss Chanel Roberts. This is a very
Mr. Victor Roberts, very strong candidate, Anita. I listened to this young lady speak on the platform. Very powerful speaker, had the crowd going, certainly knows how to speak to people, and that is, I had a personal interest in supporting Ms. Roberts, and that I worked with her, I helped her with the campaign where I could, and I'm very, very heartened and pleased that she also came within striking distance. And I think next time around she will bring the victory home.
Absolutely.
She has a bright future in politics.
Yes, I also had the opportunity to hear her speak, and very impressive young lady.
She speaks facts, not fiction.
Is that a plug?
Yes.
Is that a plug? If we can get some more of the results on the screen while we await the address of the political leader. Oh, we have Macamillion joining us, John Michael, Ali Bocas. Another hard-fought campaign. Hard-fought, well-won. We say congratulations to him.
I'm not seeing Mr. Sobers, who should be here. He was the coordinator for San Fernando.
Yeah.
He would certainly be pleased with us.
Yeah, see that. The arrival of
Dr. Rudal Munilal.
Yes. And I assume we will be shortly followed by the penal DB contingent who, again, like I said, did such a blowout victory. You know, it is really something else to see what the penal DB corporation would have done. You see the PNM having some shows where most of them will not be getting their deposit back in the penal DB corporation.
Unfortunate.
Again, we're getting the arrival of more supporters. More of our hard-working activists as they come in.
I think the stage is now set for the political leader.
I also would like to take this opportunity to congratulate our new candidate in Caratal, Tortuga, Mrs. Sharon Battle Ahu. She's also a first-time candidate and an excellent showing. We are joining Dr. Rudal Munilal.
A round of applause for a great victory and ladies and gentlemen, could I invite you to stand to welcome the political leader?
UNC by casting their ballots in favor of the UNC. We thank them all. Thank them very much. For those who did not come out to vote, and to those who may not have voted for us, we thank them too. And tonight I promise that we will work harder to bring home the next election, whenever it's called. We work harder because we have a vision for Trinidad and Tobago and for the people of Trinidad and Tobago. We have the plans to bring crime down, to decline the crime rates. We have the plans to regrow the economy, to build the economy, to create jobs for the people of our land. So, based on that vision, I think we are on good standing and good ground as we continue the challenges before us, as we continue to work harder to bring home and bring victory to the UNC and to the people of Trinidad and Tobago. The Sangre Grande team and the Sangre Grande candidates, in the last local elections, we had 5 out of 8 seats. Today, we have 6 out of the 8 seats. In the San Fernando Corporation, we had 3 out of 9 seats. We then had a defector, taking us down to 2 seats. And today we have 4 seats out of the 9 confirmed. And 1 seat is still outstanding. Chaguanas, we have won 7 out of the 8 seats. In Cuba, we have won all 14 out of 15. I'm sorry. It used to be 14. We have now won 15 out of 15. In Mayaro, we had 5 out of 6. We now have 6 out of 7 seats in Mayaro. In the fortress of Pinaldebe, we have returned 10 out of 10 seats. In my hometown of Socorro, we have retained 6 out of the 9 seats, and we have made inroads into several of the PNM seats. In Princestown, we have confirmed a 9 out of 10, and 1 seat is still outstanding. In the Tunapuna-Piarco Corporation, we have won 5 out of 16 seats in Tunapuna, but we have made tremendous inroads and strong PNM PDs in the Tunapuna Corporation, and in some cases the margin is so small that I believe that my colleagues from Tunapuna will request recounts tomorrow. In Samuel Avantil, we have retained our 2 seats. In Arima, 1 out of 7, and we are still awaiting, 1 out of 7 we had, and we are waiting results from some of the other seats in Arima. In Diego Martin, we have made tremendous inroads, and we should retain the post of alderman. In Port of Spain, I don't seem to have those results there. So, look, we have increased our seats in Grande by 2 more seats. We have narrowly lost seats in Tunapuna. 1 seat, I'm told, was lost by 1 vote. In a seat that we have never won before. 1 seat. Again, in Arima, we gained tremendous ground. 1 seat lost by 9 votes. So, you know, we will have to challenge that. PNM lost votes in almost all the seats in Trinidad. And then we have gained, in traditional areas, PNM areas, we have gained in those seats, many of them, very, very close margins. In Diego Martin, the accommodation gave the PNM a run for their money in Diego Martin. I do not have the final numbers, but at the end of the day, we would have gained the popular vote. That is more votes in PNM in the entire election. So let's talk about some other matters. In spite of all the challenges, in spite of the millions that the PNM has spent and our opponents have spent, we have done so well. We have done very well. There are several issues that our lawyers will help us deal with. It began with the ballot box tampering of the special voters at the EBC office. Then today, numerous reports of payment for votes. Our opponents were out in the field paying for votes in Grande and in San Fernando. In other areas, but we were watching these two areas as a battleground corporations. We have the reports, we have videos, and again, lawyers will advise us. These are election offenses. Tampering with the boxes and paying for votes. Again, that's for tonight. I want to thank you all again. I want to thank everyone, all those who work so hard. It will be too many names to call, but I know that every team in every part of the island really worked really hard. Let's give everybody a round of applause. And let us not forget our accommodation partners. Captain Gary Griffith, he gave him a run for his money in the world. And Mr. Jack Warner on the corridor, working with Jillian John, our deputy, they really gave them a run for their money. So to everyone again, thank you. Don't leave. Enjoy. Oh, the OWTU, yes, of course. Mr. Jackman is here. Let's welcome him. Thank him so much. Thank the OWTU for the hard work they put down in those areas where they were working with us. And the National Executive, the MPs, the senators, there's so many of them I would like to thank. And I know I sent 3 small boys into San Fernando. These small boys really work so hard. So I talk MP Rataram, MP Barry, MP Saddam, and together with the small boys, we had a big girl, Khadija Amin. I want to thank our campaign manager, Firoz Khan, General Secretary, Peter Kanhai, Kevin Gibbs, ran the show from the background. Biggs here with us tonight. Biggs, we want to thank Biggs for his work. I want to thank DJ Tank, the music man, the song man, was here, there, everywhere. Again, all those of you who labored, thank you very much. God bless you all. God bless you. Thank you. Thank you. Is Dr. Maybe here? I would like him to convert this into a kind of press release, you know. Just ask if he's here. Ask if Kirk is here, maybe.
Thank you.